Franklin County Commission is now in session for this regular meeting Wednesday, June 18th. It's good to see you all this morning. We do have a pretty lengthy agenda, so we'll go ahead and get started. If you would, let's please rise for the prayer and the pledge. Our Father, we thank you today for your hand in our lives. We ask that you would be with us, Lord, during our deliberations today. Father, we need wisdom, and we ask you to give it to us in the name of Jesus. And today we remember Commissioner Sanders. Pray that you'd be with her. She will continue to recover and get well. Father, we thank you for everything you're doing in her life today. Father, we ask that you will be with us in this time. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Morone, are there any amendments to the agenda?
I'm sorry, sir. Not that I know of, exception Attorney Schuler is going to bring up on his report about the cancellation of the public hearings that we have today, because you guys will need to ratify that.
Yes.
I know there will be some discussion about the extension of the local state of emergency beyond what Mrs. Daniels will probably bring up today, what she has in front of you. So that's about it. I don't think anybody had any changes to their report. So at least no one's reported. One more thing. Oh, Mr. Davis, Mr. Fonda Davis is here by a request from Commissioner Ward. So after Mrs. Daniels is finished with her report, Commissioner Ward would like if you would allow Fonda to address the board. They have a discussion that they think the board should be aware of.
Okay. All right. So is there a motion to approve the agenda as it's been published?
So move.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion, commissioners? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, up next, we're paying the county's bills and approving the minutes from the regular meeting from 4/23 of this year, 5/7 of this year, and 6/4 of this year.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Croom, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Mr. Morone, I didn't see any public comments in this folder.
Let me double check my phone.
I should have had you check before we started. I'm sorry.
No problem. I did not receive any from anyone in the room. There are no speaker cards filled out online or any received in the room.
Okay. All right. Up next, Ms. Amy Cook, tax collector.
I'm still getting used to that title.
It'll
Good
take a
morning.
while.
It does, it does. Good morning, and I do thank y'all for just letting me be here this morning. I'm pleased to share the results of this year's tax certificate sale. As of June is always when our tax certificate sale, we hold that. We offered a total of 1,043 tax certificates. Of those, 908 were successfully sold, generating $1,822,021.78 in revenue. The remaining 135 certificates are now held by the county. They're valued at $53,524.72. Now, county-held certificates will remain in our inventory for up to 22 months. After that, the county can apply for a tax deed in their sale to bring back that revenue as well. The average awarded interest on that was 9%, making not only this a fiscal responsible program, but also an attractive investment for people as well. We had 44 registered bidders this year, with 20 of those winning actual certificates. We just want to thank for everyone for the participation that signed up, that bidded, that came through. The tax certificate sale does continue to be a vital tool for generating revenue for Franklin County, and I do want to thank my staff that we worked hard. Miss Martina, Miss Shauna Martina, Miss Link Collins, we balanced to the penny. It was seamless. It was a perfect sale. So I just wanted to bring that information to you guys and let you know that we are working hard for the people.
Thank you, Ms. Amy.
Thank you.
Any commissioners, anything?
No, just thank you.
You're
Thank you
welcome.
and your staff.
So I want to ask you a question. You said there were 20 people that actually got certificates?
Yes, 44 actually registered to bid,
Right.
but 20 of them actually
So,
bidded and awarded
so
some
20
certificates.
people bought $1 million worth of certificates?
20 people, yeah.
Okay, I'll just make sure I heard you right. And I would be remiss to let you go without remembering, June's a special month for both you and I. I married my wife on June 12th, and you have an anniversary coming tomorrow, correct?
I do.
Yeah,
34 years.
yeah, that's a long time to be with Dwayne.
Dwayne and I had prime examples of what true love really looks
Yes,
like.
yes.
Our mama and our daddies. And 34 years is a long time, but it's not near long enough.
No,
I can tell you that.
I hope you have a happy anniversary.
Thank you. Y'all too.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Daniels?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
This morning, we would like to request first that the board retroactively approve the chairman's signature on the LSE, Local State of Emergency, that we issued on behalf of the city of Apalachicola. It was signed on Friday, June the 13th at 6:15 p.m.
Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Kern, seconded by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Second, we would like to ask the board, we would like to request that you extend the local state of emergency on behalf of the city of Apalachicola, making it effective Friday, June the 20th at 6:15 p.m. and extending it another 7 days. I do have an email where the mayor has asked us to do this on their
Okay.
behalf. And I apologize, I had some email issues this week, and, but I have the copy of the local state of emergency extension here.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, just for the
Yes.
record, I did work in conjunction with the city attorney for the city of Apalachicola, Mr. Dan Hartman. He has reviewed and made some corrections on behalf of his client, and that final clean document is what's being submitted to you this morning.
okay.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a question. How many, we can extend as many times as we want, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it go by 7 days
Yes,
each
ma'am.
time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Okay. Is there a way that we can extend it without you having to come before us and get, is that, I guess that's something we all have to vote on, but can we do it like you did it on Friday? Because obviously we don't meet every week,
Yes,
every
ma'am.
7 days.
We can do like we did Friday, where the chairman can sign it, but after it's signed, I come back and ask for retroactive approval.
Okay. All right, because I just want to make sure that we give the people of Apalachicola what they need from the state, resources-wise, and I don't want to delay that. So I just want to make sure, since we don't meet every week,
Yes,
that we
ma'am.
have a plan in place to be able to facilitate that.
Yes, ma'am. The chairman has, I can go and see the chairman, he can sign it, and then I come back afterward and just ask for retroactive approval.
Okay.
We were trying to be a little proactive here and get this next week's
Right.
one taken care of.
Well, that's why I
Yes,
asked
ma'am.
for the future, so we'll know. But with that, Chairman, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve this extension.
Okay. So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison, Commissioner Kern. Did you have something, sir?
I was just going to weigh in and add to what Ms. Jennifer Daniels said. It's been the board's policy for decades, because to authorize the chairman to sign the local states of emergency and then have them subsequently ratified and considered by the board. Because of what Commissioner Ward just said, there were times when we were calling the board in multiple times to hold those meetings, and couldn't tell you when it happened, but it's been decades that this policy was put into place. So it is a long-standing policy of the county commission to do as we're doing now.
That's good to know, because that's the question I had written down as well, about that 7 days.
Yeah, 7 days is by statute, believe me, if we could do it longer, but the whole point is emergencies by their nature tend to be sort of short in duration for the most part, and so the state legislature has given us 7-day increments in that authority.
All right, any other discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Yes, sir. My last item is we are seeking approval to purchase a water filtration system for the EOC in the amount of $15,000. The system will have the capacity to be relocated to our new building when we get over to Highway 65. We're doing this because right now with the issues that, the water issues that the city is having, if I had to activate my EOC, we would have a lot of problems. And so I would like to go ahead and put this on there as soon as possible.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is that, Jenny, just so we know, is that something you've talked with Miss Aaron as far as the dollars and cents part of it?
Yes, sir.
And it's all, okay.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you're here. You
Yeah.
snuck in on us.
I
I
said the
usually look
same
for
thing.
you
I
on the
looked
screen
over.
nowadays, but anyway, cool. I would have turned and asked you and not her, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I did contact Aaron yesterday and asked what
Yeah.
money this was coming out of. And so
Yeah.
the public is aware it is coming out of our capital outlay fund, which we've been spending quite a bit of money out of that fund, but that's what it's there for. So, and I understand Jennifer's role as the EOC director, if she was, when we're coming into hurricane season, she has to activate, she can't have her staff over there, taking showers in the water and stuff. So that's why I think this is definitely needed, so.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
with that, I contacted Ms. Daniels also and just make sure it was transferable and that we can transfer it to the new
Yes, sir.
EOC building as
Yes,
well. So with that, I make a motion to approve this.
all right, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Crone, second by Commissioner Amison. Yeah, so that discussion I had with Director Daniels when we first started talking about this was to make sure that it was big enough to handle the building it's going to when we do get our new EOC. So it's not just a fit for now, it's a fit for then as well. So we're not spending money twice. Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Now, Ms. Jennifer, while you're here, I want to make sure the public is aware of where we're at.
Yes, sir.
And I definitely need your help. So we filed this local state of emergency because the state asked us to. This is the first time in my knowledge as a commissioner that we've ever done an LSE that was not for a named storm.
Yes, sir.
We didn't even do an LSE when the East Point had the wildfire, which probably would have made a difference. But anyway, that's history. But it was done. The state was asked us to do it, so we did it. They said in turn that they would need, that's what they needed from the county to be able to operate and help the city. I don't know how it's going to go from here, how much help the city is going to get from the state. I know there are a lot of discussions still ongoing. This LSE can't provide things from the state, but it can allow the state to provide. Is that correct?
Yes,
Am I
sir.
saying it right?
Yes, sir. My understanding with the LSE is that opens the doors for the state
Yes.
to have the ability to step in where they can. At this time, the state has paid for the tanker trucks full of water and the semi-truck full of ice. And for all of that, the bill was $125,000. At this point, though, the state is saying that that's where they've ended. We have to exhaust all local resources at this point. And so now it's back to square one there. We still have the LSE and we're keeping it in effect so that if we run into some other issue, I know there's been discussion of shower trucks and laundry trucks, but right now the state is not paying for those. Those will come from out of the city's budget.
Right.
They have given us a list of some local vendors. The local vendors are not, I'm sorry, I don't think they're local, but they are vendors close around. Those vendors will have to contract with the city itself to move forward on that aspect at this time.
And so I was involved in a lot of the conversations over the weekend.
Yes, sir.
I was asked to be involved, but it wasn't just because I'm the chair of the county commission. It was also because I've served on the East Point Water and Sewer Board for a decade now.
Yes, sir.
So this is about water and sewer. It's not conversations that are foreign to me when they're discussing what they were trying to do and how they were going about trying to do it.
Yes, sir.
So it's in that role that I was kind of also involved. I don't know again, like you said, what the state's gonna do going forward. I will say on behalf of the residents and the businesses in Appalachia, I have called in, even last night, and asked for things to be extended. Whether they're able to or not, I don't have a crystal ball, but we did make that call.
Yes, sir.
We did make that ask.
I met with our Region 2 coordinator on Monday, sorry.
Yeah, they all run
They
together.
blend at this
Yeah.
point, on Monday, and he is trying to do a little more pushing also to see if we can get a little more financial assistance for the city on this. Yes, sir. I'm not sure, I'm like you, I'm not sure how far that will go, but he is attempting.
Yeah. Commissioners, do y'all have any questions while we're discussing the subject?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the city of Carabel, the commissioners and their staff for trying to help us out. Unfortunately, the piece they had does not work, but it was worth a shot. It doesn't hurt to ask. So I appreciate Mayor Brown and her commissioners and staff for helping us out in that. I also want to say that we're in this together. It's Appalachia, yes, but we're a county and we're a team. We're a team. And if there's, I've made phone calls behind the scenes. I'm sure all of us have. But I just want to let the city of Apalachicola know that we're working on this. We're working on it together, and working on it together, we will get it resolved, and hopefully soon. So we'll just keep pushing. I know they were waiting for some legislative money, which we all know that government is like molasses, but maybe we can call and push, and that's all we can do. So, and I've offered my house. I mean, to anybody right now that lives in Appalachia, on the record, if you want to come to my house and fill up jugs or take a shower, by all means, do it. My niece was going to come over yesterday and do it. So, you know, I just want everybody to know that we're going to help each other out and get through this together. And I appreciate you, Jen, and I appreciate everybody for trying to help out.
Yes, ma'am.
With that, Jennifer, also,
Yes.
I know I've called you numerous hours of the day and night. So
That's okay.
Thank you
Yes.
for accepting my calls and being our middle person for this. I
Yes, sir.
really
My
appreciate
pleasure.
you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else?
One more thing, Jennifer, if
Yes, ma'am.
you need me to make a phone call, or City of Appalachia needs me to make a phone call, just anything I can do, just let me know.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, do you have anything else, Miss Jennifer?
No, sir, I'm good. That's it for now.
Well, I knew it was gonna take a minute to kind of catch us all up.
Yes, sir.
Uh,
I did, my board report, if you'll see, under information items, I tried to do a quick rundown of what we have done so far, and it is a very quick synopsis of what has happened, but I hope that's helpful also.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Daniels.
Yes, sir, thank you.
All right, Mr. Fonda Davis?
Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning.
Morning.
Matter of fact, good morning, everybody. Yeah. Commissioner, you want to lead off?
Yes. I appreciate you being here today, Mr. Davis. I did ask Mr. Davis to be present at our meeting today because there was a couple things that we have coming up. One that I first want to discuss is, I know that I got a call yesterday from our code enforcement team about derelict boats. We have a code enforcement complaint. The residents are trying to comply, but they have boats on the property that can't be hauled off. Now, I know obviously our county equipment can't go on that property, but my question to you, I know that, you know, we called tow trucks and they were gonna come in and they were gonna charge. If there's a contractor that we can get to come tear the boat up and demolish it, can those go in your dumpsters that you provide for that type of situation?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's the first question. Second question is, I've been getting some emails. I know it's coming up on we're busy year round, but obviously the summertime is our busiest seasons. I've been getting concerns and questions about the bear-proof garbage cans around the parks. I think one of them was broken, I want to say in Alligator Point. And my question to you, and I know we discussed this on the phone yesterday, obviously, and of course, garbage laying all around. Obviously, I want to emphasize to the public, when you come to our area, like Sheriff A.J. Smith says, treat it as if it's your own. Don't just throw your household garbage in our parks and recs garbage cans, and don't just throw it all around. I mean, if we need to call some parks and rec people to go pick it up, we can do that, right? But the question is, these refuse bins, they're bear proof. Is there any way we can get more? Which I know if we put more out, that'll just mean people probably put more garbage. And they're a cost, right? So if they get damaged, how much do those cost to repair or replace?
Replaces anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000 a piece. So I would say $1,500.
To replace one bear proof garbage can?
If it's damaged the way it can't be repaired, yes, ma'am.
And just for the public, those are actually the metal cans that
Yeah.
are fixed, and they're not movable cans. So
Right.
they're actually like the ones that you see at Carabel Beach Park. You know, the heavy-duty metal with the
Yes.
snap.
So if we do have to replace a can, that comes out of your budget, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, I just want to make sure that we have what we need for our parks, garbage can wise, and if one's broken, you know, if we need to replace it, then if we could get it replaced. I know that's not a cheap price, but, I mean, if we can make it work, let's make it work, but, I know you and your staff do everything you can do as well. I know we're gonna be talking about the on-call pay later on Aaron's report for these weekend folks, and I feel like they, you know, obviously need to be incentivized to have to deal with that on the weekend and such, but that's why I wanted him here today. I don't know if any of you have anything about the garbage cans or any ideas, or, because we can't talk behind closed doors. We can, Mr. Davis and I, but
Yeah.
I didn't know if y'all had the same complaints or.
Oh, yeah.
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 So could that money for the garbage cans come out of TDC?
Don't know.
That's a good question. Maybe
We'd have
that's
to
something we
look at
can
it.
look at.
Put it on the
Yeah.
spot.
Yeah.
Which I was advised, I guess there's some changes with the TDC statute,
Possible.
possibly.
Yes.
So I don't know with the new
Yeah.
verbiage, it may or may not. So
Yeah.
that'd be something we have to look
Yeah.
at.
Yeah. So-
Post July.
I feel like you can buy one garbage can. I said I feel like you can buy one.
What if he
garbage
needs
can.
two, Aaron?
Okay, so just regular Rubbermaid garbage cans?
Yeah, there you go. What if he needs two, Aaron? What if he needs two? No, I'm playing.
Well, I mean, we probably need one for backup, so you know, everyone gets
So,
broke.
I will say to answer Commissioner Croom's question, if things stay the way they are right now, the statute for TDC expenditures is about to change in our favor.
That's good. That's great.
So the language we've been pursuing now for 4 years is actually included in what was finalized by the legislature, as long as the governor doesn't get rid of it. I don't think he will, but you know what I mean?
Yes.
So it still hasn't got final approval, but it is included in what was done this year. So basically, it would take us away from the 10% cap on using our stuff around the beach and the beach areas and our parks, and it would allow us to use it as we need to use it for all of our areas.
That's good. Definitely what we need.
So on another note, while I'm here, I was mentioning, commissioners get a chance to come out to the landfill and just look at where we at right now with our Class 3 area, the C and D, for its space-wise.
Okay.
Just like for you to come out and take a look where we at.
Just a question, how much concrete you got out there?
I don't know exactly how much it is. It's a lot, though.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that was put on the record too. We have a lot of concrete. We'd love to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it'd be great. Put it in the bay,
Yeah.
break it up, bust it up.
That'd free up
Be a whole lot
some,
cheaper.
free up some space in your landfill
Yeah.
too, wouldn't it?
a little bit.
On a serious note, I do want to let you know, Mr. Davis, and this is a conversation I've just had this week,
Okay.
among all the conversations I've had, with Chief Pruitt from East Point.
Yes, sir.
East Point is still, if it stays in the budget, they are looking at getting approval for a new fire truck from the state appropriation. Chief Pruitt has told me in a conversation, because of some of the issues we have from time to time at the landfill,
Yes.
with the wood chips catch on fire, different things, we really don't have a hydrant out there.
Right.
He said, Commissioner, if we receive that truck free, we're gonna give our oldest truck, which doesn't have any miles on it, it's just reached the 20-year limit.
Right.
We're gonna give that truck to the county to put out at the landfill.
Great.
So hopefully that'll
Yes.
be coming as
Okay.
well. Anything else, sir?
That's all I have.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for coming. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
I got something since I had him a follow-up notes. I didn't know he was coming today, but, I was at the grocery store one day and a citizen came up to me and really commended the restrooms at Carabel Beach. And they said it was really, I think they stopped there at nighttime, said it was really clean. The only thing they couldn't, the lights wouldn't come on when we said use the facility. They really commend, the facilities, and I wanted to, want
Okay.
you to pass that along to your crew. And, I don't know if there's anything that we can do about the lights,
Nope.
so they can see, but I don't know.
This
but-
is been probably about a month ago. So we were having trouble with the lights, so,
Okay,
yes.
but, I was gonna mention that to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. You know, as I always say, we aim to please, so,
Yeah.
and it's hard to please everybody. Right.
It is.
Yes,
It was clean,
okay.
so.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
All right, thank you all.
Thanks.
Davis, all right, Mr. Davis.
Fonda, Fonda.
Our phone tag game will continue when this is over. I'll try to call you again, and you can try to call me back. I think we've been playing phone tag for a week.
Yes,
It's
sir.
not your fault.
Yeah, you want me to just call you?
Yeah, we'll get together.
Okay.
It's not vital. I just, when I seen you, I figured I'd verbally tell you that. Well, apologize, number one. I've been,
Yeah, Commissioner, after I tried to call you.
You
I seen-
called me
I
last
seen you was
night.
at Aaron's also. I feel like you was
It's-
telling
it's
on me.
fine.
But anyway, yes, sir.
we'll get together. We'll get together.
Lord Jesus.
All right.
Thank you. Ms. Courtney Bankston.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
I just have one informational item, and then I have a bid to open.
Okay.
The first thing is I'm needing approval for down payment assistance from the 22-23 SHIP funds for down payment assistance. We've been getting quite a few of those, which is good. I'm working on others. We've got some from 21-22 that are in the works. They'll be completed by July, so those funds will be completely expended. But for today, we just need down payment assistance from out of the 22-23 funds.
Okay. What's the amount, Ms. Courtney?
It's $10,000. It's always $10,000.
What?
It's $10,000 for down payment assistance.
What did you say after that, though?
It's
always
always been $10,000.
It was changed by this board about 4 years ago.
What was it before?
It now goes based upon what the USDA amount of lending is. We changed that.
Okay.
Without an up to,
We
Commissioner?
did. We did. We
Okay.
did.
I'll have to go back. I'll pull the
Because,
records.
Okay.
because at that time we were discussing it, if you're trying to give 10,000 down payment assistance on a $300,000 house, that's still not enough to get a loan.
Yeah.
In some banks, it
Mr.
wa-
Chairman, I remember that conversation
yeah,
because I'd made the comment that the SHIP is exactly where, the same amount it was back in 98,
Yes.
99.
yeah.
Did we up the amount too? Because I think currently it's, they
We
can't
have the
exceed.
amount to be a percentage based on whatever USDA moves to.
Gotcha. But
And at that
the,
time, it was 285,000 is what
Yes.
they would lend.
so did we up that as well?
Well, if they move it, we move it.
Okay.
That's what we voted on.
Okay.
But
Okay.
it was based on, I don't remember the percentage, but it was based on a percentage of that. To
Yeah.
make sure that we're giving down payment assistance to actually help a resident get into a house.
I do remember conversations, we'll have to pull the minutes, and then we have to redo the strategy.
That's
and
perfect
Get
for
it
me.
approved up again, up in Tallahassee again, and get it.
I'm
done.
okay
I thought
with
we
that.
already Done all that, but anyway, that's fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is, because we want to, it's not just about the dollars and cents of it, but it's about making sure the residents getting enough with down payment assistance, that it's actually down payment assistance.
Yes.
It's getting them in the house.
Yes.
It's not giving them part of the money to get in the house,
Correct.
it's getting them in the house.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay, because I didn't know that information, but
Yeah.
me and Michael will do the research, because I always felt that 285 was just not, for our area, it's not sufficient enough. It's hard for them to find a house.
Yeah, 10's not a whole lot.
No. And that cap being at 285 is,
Because most banks, you're not gonna get a bank hardly to do
yeah,
nowhere near 100% anymore.
yeah,
And most of them won't do 97, most of them wanna do 95 or 90,
yeah.
you know, so anyway.
Okay.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, this is a learning
Yeah.
Sorry.
curve too for Courtney, because this is her first year doing
Yes.
this.
It is.
And
Doing a great job.
Remind, yeah,
I'm
she's doing a
trying.
great job. Remind me, the SHIP program, used to, they didn't do modular or
That's
mobile
right.
homes, correct?
They allowed
This is the
us to
first
change.
year that they've allowed that, which is
Correct.
good. Which, I hate to say it, but mobile homes are getting on up there in price as well, so. If, as long as no other commissioners have any issues, I'll, make a motion to, approve this.
What are you approving, Commissioner?
You know what, I did say, informational
action?
item, but I did ask for approval, so that's my fault, I'm sorry.
Okay, so it's not, okay, so it's nothing we have to approve, okay.
Were you still talking about item A?
Yes,
Yeah, item A, we need clarification, don't we? You're saying it's 10,000, but I say it could be a different number.
yes, but this amount that we've, approved for was the $10,000 for down payment assistance
Yeah,
for
but I-
this particular property
Right,
owner.
but I think you'll find if you look back at our minutes, that's incongruent with our board policy. Our policy is not 10,000 anymore, it's a different number.
So Michael, how would we,
Well, the problem would be, the closing is already set up, Commissioner, so
yeah,
they will have to decide.
Okay, we can do it based on that, but it is against the policy we have.
Yeah, if they, I mean,
As long as that'll help the resident get in the house, I
yeah.
guess is what I'm
yeah,
saying.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't match our policy,
Okay.
you're correct, but we could still give less, we just couldn't give more than whatever the policy dictates.
That's true.
So,
That's true.
if they are good to go and they're eager because the
Okay.
closing is all set up,
Okay,
it'll probably be to their benefit. that we
Yeah.
do it.
okay.
If they wanna wait to see the policy, that's their call.
and I can, reach out to the closing, yeah, the realtor. I was just emailed her this morning and told her that I had the check ready. So
Okay.
if they need more, then I can check to see what the actual closing
Well, I
cost
mean,
is.
If you've already got it set up and it's gonna help them get in the house, I'm fine with it being approved.
Okay,
I didn't have time yesterday, or I'd called and asked, but this description just says down payment assistance. So I didn't know
Gotcha.
what all the conversation was gonna be, and I
Gotcha, okay.
apologize. But anyway, if it's gonna help them get in the house, I'm fine with that. I'm not trying to hold them up or
okay,
mess them up. I just know that our policy is different than that, in
Gotcha.
my memory.
okay.
But as Attorney Schuler says, let's verify that. Because don't just trust me on that, let's verify it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it sounds like doing both of the things that you said, if it helps them get into the
Yeah.
house, then move forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then clarify the policy moving
Yes.
forward. is what it
Correct.
Sounds like.
Yes.
And I'll put on the record to keep in mind, they can't close and come back for more money.
Correct.
They have to be
Correct.
willing to wait to defer
That's
the
right.
closing.
Correct.
Okay,
That's right.
let's let everybody
Correct,
aware of that
yes.
too.
Yeah, can you do that? Yeah, I can
Yeah.
do that. So if, Commissioners, if y'all do want to vote on item A, we can take a motion and vote on
Well, you've already got a motion.
that. Okay. That's Commissioner Ward, you made the
Do we need
motion?
to wait on the confirmation though?
No, she's saying that they're ready to close.
Okay,
Yeah, let's
then
go.
I'll stand with my motion.
Okay.
I'll stay with my second.
All right, so that motion originally was made by Commissioner Ward, seconded by Commissioner Amison. So we are approving this $10,000 for down payment assistance for this resident that's ready to close on their house. Any additional discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, Ms. Courtney.
Okay. Just writing my little note here. So the other thing I have is just the opening of the bids. We only received one bid, and this is for the demolition reconstruction strategy for SHIP. Basically, it's a replacement for homes that are beyond repair. In the past, we've had a couple where a roof was replaced for a SHIP home that was basically falling apart underneath. So we, with you guys' help and assistance, we were able to approve the demolition reconstruction strategy on our LHAP for 22-23 up to 2025. The only specifications that we had for this was the mobile homes had to be Zone 3 mobile homes. We wanted them turnkey ready. The specifications were 1 bedroom, 1 bath, 2 bedroom, 2 bath, 3 bedroom, 2 bath, and 4 bedroom, 2 bath mobile and modular homes. The property owner will never be replaced with anything more than what they've currently had. So if it's one person in the home, they'll get the likeness. They won't be able to have like a 4-bedroom, 2-bath for one person, if that makes sense.
Or, Mr. Chairman, or in other words, if it's basically a 2-bedroom, 2-bath house, they'll get a 2-bedroom, 2-bath
Correct.
house. Okay.
Correct. And I think this is it. Nope. Michael, which one's mine?
To look for it earlier. Jess said it was only one, correct? That's not it. It'll say to the top. That's it.
Yeah.
It says, I think that's on the other side next there.
No, it's not the same one.
Thank you. This one comes from North Florida Custom Homes. They are based out of Chiefland, Florida. I'm good with scissors. Oh no, we don't do workers' comp. For the 1-bedroom, 1-bath, estimated bid is $76,528. Yes. Home only price $61,628.25. But she did the entire estimated final loan within Ironwood, I believe is the mobile home company. So Ironwood Homes, estimated final loan amount $76,528.25 for a 1-bedroom, 1-bath. And that's the mobile. For the modular 1-bedroom, 1-bath, the estimated final is $113,350. For a 2-bedroom, 2-bath mobile home, estimated $84,000 even. For a 2-bedroom, 2-bath modular home, $117,646. For a 3-bedroom, 2-bath mobile home, $89,858. And then for the modular, $123,370. And then we also have a 4-bedroom mobile home, 4-bedroom, 2-bath mobile home, $99,951.75. And for the modular, $128,552 are those amounts. So I will need to check with Florida Housing because we've only received one bid. So I will need to ask them how we proceed if we only receive one bid or if it's okay that we receive one bid. And then I will have a panel to do a bid tabulation for it.
Okay, so do we need to, couple of things. You said the company that sent in the bid was North Florida Custom Homes, but the company that's doing the building is Ironwood?
From what I believe they're getting the homes from is Ironwood. It says balance from Ironwood Homes, so I'm guessing it's Ironwood Homes, but the company that is going to be in charge of the homes or doing the providing the mobile homes would be North Florida Custom Homes.
Okay, so since we went through this, it had to be a bid opening. Do we need to approve it contingent upon Florida Housing Association approving it?
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
And then if they approve it, then we're done.
Correct.
You'll have to come back to us. Okay.
Yes.
Then we need the name of the review committee as well.
Yes.
Would you like me to?
Yes.
It'll be Angela Lawley from your building department zoning coordinator. It'll be Kim Raphael, Aaron's assistant, and it will be Bree Robinson, our new planner.
Okay. So I need a motion to turn this over to the review committee contingent upon. Okay, so you made a motion, Commissioner Amison. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison, second by Commissioner Croom, to approve this contingent upon being approved by Florida Housing Corporation.
Yes.
and with the review committee that was named.
Yes.
All right. Any additional discussion before we vote?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just
Yes.
want to, Courtney, when these people start receiving these homes, I want to make sure, because we had an issue with the previous home of a resident whose air condition went out, and there was a whole bunch of rigmarole about the warranty and this and that. I want to make sure that these people that get these homes are aware of warranties, and if there's any record keeping that we need to have on behalf of that, so that when we have something happen, we can have everything that we need to say, no, it's under warranty, this is the, y'all are required to come fix it. But I also want the homeowner that are gonna be receiving these homes to know that they have a responsibility as well to, if there's a warranty that needs to be
Yes.
filled out, because we can't do that on behalf of the county. They have to contact the company and make sure that the warranty is in their name and that it's, everything's copacetic with that. So I just want to make sure that we make them aware of all that.
Yes.
Okay.
I feel like the same paperwork that they may get from the mobile home company, we should have it as a backup.
Correct.
I got a quick question for you. Like, the previous company we dealt directly with was Ironwood, correct? So we
But
get the
the-
same home,
the-
but it's going through somebody else this time. And I know we had a lot of issues, like Commissioner Ward was saying, with warranty issues.
Now, it wasn't the actual, so you've got, this is how I figured it, well, this is what I've learned so far with dealing with the AC situation. You have a company that puts in the mobile home, and then you have a different company that comes in and puts in the AC unit. So it was the AC unit company is the one that we had to go behind, because there's two separate warranties. So the AC unit would be under their separate warranty than the actual mobile home.
Ms. Courtney, do these figures include setup of the home?
Yes,
Okay.
that includes any surveys. I think we did 150 as a whole that they couldn't, that we were capped out. And with everything, like if they need a new septic, they'll go in, this company actually will go in, check the septic first and the drain field. And then if there needs to be a new one, then all that's figured in. So they did every worst case scenario.
Okay, but these are just the price of the homes
Yes.
set on the lot.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, so
Okay, that's what I wanted to
installation,
make sure of.
you might incur, like some people, they need it filled,
Yeah.
others need a new septic, that
Yes.
would be in addition to the cost of the home.
Okay.
They basically tried to stay under $100,000 for just the mobile home itself, so that they could figure in everything else.
That's pretty good. I had a son that bought a mobile home about 2 years ago. Yeah, this is pretty good.
Yes,
I can assure you.
yes.
All right. Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That is 4-0. Unanimous. Anything else, Ms. Courtney?
Mr. Chairman, I have something for Courtney. I know she's not here today for zoning, but I know she is our zoning officer,
Oh, yes.
code,
Code enforcement.
zoning administrator.
No, not
Actually,
anymore.
Angela's actually a zoning administrator. She does the code
Yeah.
enforcement
Well-
if there's a violation.
Well, this goes with what you're doing.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, people change titles too much around here. I can't keep up with everything.
Gotta put her other hat on.
I know I was talking to you yesterday about ordinances.
Yes,
And I know moving forward, now that we've got this magistrate that is handling cases, and we just had our second one. So this is kind of a twofer, and bear with me, please. But I know that, and I've said this in the past, a lot of our ordinances are severely outdated and need to be updated. Now, I know we can't tackle that all at once. There's no way. But I would like to, and I've asked you, and along working with Sissy and Angela and whoever else, to come up with some ordinances to help with these magistrate cases, so that when we do have them, we have an ordinance that's new, fresh, that's based on our current way of life here in Franklin
Enforceable.
County. It's enforceable, it's consistent, and easily enforceable. So I've asked you to get a list of ordinances together so that we can get with Attorney Schuler and have some public hearings on trying to get those ordinances updated and on the books. And then, of course, on the magistrate, and I talked to Attorney Schuler and you about this yesterday, I did not get a chance to talk to the clerk, and I don't want to really talk about it without her being here. She's at a conference, but the magistrate monies, and this goes back to Mr. Davis's boat situation. When we have to have a code enforcement complaint and the resident is supposed to clean up the property, if they don't clean up the property, then the county can go in and clean it up. But we need money to do that. And I talked to Attorney Schuler about those monies. When we find these people for these code enforcement complaints and they pay the fine because they're being fined, we need to set up a way to figure out how does that money go? Like, who is responsible for collecting the money? Does it go in a certain fund? Can we use those funds for, if, like, for example, the boats, it's gonna cost $200 to remove these boats from these properties. Is that something that fund can pay for? So we're not putting on the burden of our taxpayers or having to come up with money to do that. So these are all questions that I just had in talking with Courtney and Sissy and looking at our current ordinances that we have in terms of code enforcement. So I feel like these are very important matters that we as a board need to discuss and come up. And that's why I'm bringing it up, because again, I can't talk to you guys. I could talk to Courtney, I could talk to Fonda, Mr. Davis, but I can't talk to you guys. So I was gonna get y'all's opinion and input on it as well.
So, Ms. Aaron, don't we currently have a budgetary line item for code enforcement?
We do. There is a $50,000 line item for
Okay.
code enforcement.
All right.
But that's actually on the expenditure side.
Right. So,
And that would include charges for your special magistrate, and
Right.
then also, I believe Michael has it on his report, that's actually, will be funding, the funding source for some of Sissy.
yeah.
Oh, not on your report? Oh, okay, so not quite yet ready to present to
Okay.
you all.
But when we collect fines, does those fines go back in that fund?
That is actually something that's
yeah,
gonna be
that's the question I
decided. Yeah, that has to still be worked out.
Okay.
And I was gonna call the clerk, but she's at a conference. I didn't wanna bother. Attorney Schuler and I were on the phone about 5 o'clock yesterday, and I didn't wanna call and bother her at her conference. But it is a discussion that her and I will have when she gets back in town. Because these are logistics that we have to get worked out. I mean, we've never really had a magistrate hearing in the past. This is all new to us, and we need to get a process in place so that we're not caught with, okay, well, now we've got the process in place, but yet we didn't follow through with the completion of the process. So, and again, I'm bringing this up just so that we all can hash it out and talk about it and brainstorm.
Yep. No, let me say, I would hope that's where the monies go back to, because that's what they're a part of.
Yeah.
So none of this, in my understanding, the code enforcement we're attempting to do is not an attempt to garner fines, it's an attempt to garner compliance.
Yes.
Is what it's after. But if we do actually, have monies that come in, then I would assume that they would go back into our code enforcement line item. You know what I mean? So you're putting revenues back where the expense is coming from. That will offset some of what the residents are paying from ad valorem that's putting it in that line item to begin with.
Yeah,
I'll work with the clerk on that issue.
Yep. Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, just one more thing too, well, that goes back to the orders on the blighted structures. We talked about an ordinance about blighted structures and or properties. And that's a discussion that I guess we'll have, because in order for to become blighted, I guess there was a question about our building inspector having to go out and deem it unsafe. But there was some issues with that, and so I guess the biggest thing is we need to see if there's a way that does our building inspector have to go and look at and inspect it, or could it be just, a complaint that, I don't know how that works. And I looked at the Bay County ordinance for blighted structures, and I need to go back and review that, but we need to find out if the building, how that works. Who determines if it's blight or not? Does it have to be the building inspector, or could it be our zoning compliance officer, or, the commissioner of the district? I don't know how that would work.
Definitely not the commissioner.
No, definitely not
Well,
commissioner's
yeah,
district.
but I'm just saying,
It's more legal than that.
yeah.
So as I understand it, and this is just a thumbnail across the top of it, is anything to do with condemning something or anything to do with that falls under the building official because it's under their license. In other words, it's their opinion It can't be my opinion, it can't be our 4 opinions, our 5 opinions. It's under his license, because then it becomes a legal matter of either taking a house or a property or
Taking of a
something
property,
from
yep.
someone else. So if it were to be condemned, or, you know what I mean, or taken, or all that stuff, I think it has to be the building official, but that's just me.
Well, Courtney and I talked to before the meeting about, I know we've got a house right now that the DEP came and deemed it unsafe and uninhabitable. So maybe we can work with some of our state agencies that also can add to the mix. But those are just conversations that I felt like I wanted to talk to the board about to get ideas, but that's something we need to work on and move as efficiently and quickly as possible. I want an ordinance I want to do it quickly, but I also want it where we're not having to come back and revisit it in 2 months, 3 months. I know things change, they're cyclical, but I want to make sure that we do it the right way.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Anyone else for Ms. Courtney?
Ms. Courtney, I have one thing. Just for, I guess, public information, so they know, regarding the SHIP process, it is first come, first served, right?
First come, first qualified.
First qualified.
Or, yes.
So I
First
guess
qualified,
like if
yeah.
they turn the application, submit one.
Yes.
You probably put it on the spreadsheet. How does that work? How is the process?
So, the process is, first thing I ask them to do is just to fill out the application, just by the general. If I need more information, I usually call them and say, hey, I just need a little more information. From that way, I can determine if they're eligible. First come, first eligible. If they're eligible, and then once I determine that they're eligible, any other paperwork, then the inspector goes out and inspects the property to see what the damage is, what renovations need to be done, and then they get a letter of approval. So, and it does take time. I'm very new at it. We've received roughly about 40-something applications. So I'm working with them, working through them as fast and efficiently as I can. I know with the way we have it written, your, I don't want to say elderly, what is it called, Michael? Enabled, the ones they're first on the list. They get approved first. I'm trying to, there's an actual term for it. But the ones who are disabled, we have to look at their applications first.
So your most vulnerable
Correct.
segment of society is.
Correct. They
gets
get priority. Yes.
Yeah,
So,
that's understandable.
yes.
Okay, I guess that answers my question.
Yeah, preference, yeah.
Because people ask me about the process.
Yeah.
You know, I just wanted to have it on the record and let people know. And I'll be able to explain.
And
it.
Commissioner Krumie has changed, this is the first time it's in-house, as far as you remember, Attorney Schuler? Because it's always been contracted, it was the senior center over in Carabel when I came on. And then it's always been contracted, it's the first time I believe it's actually in-house, you know, as a county department.
First time in a very, very long time. I think that was another hat Mr. Pierce used to wear.
Oh, how did I get so lucky?
Mr. Chairman, I will say this.
Oh, exciting.
So Chairman Croom knows this. Before we took it back in-house, it was stagnant. It was like pond water. It wasn't moving anywhere. Courtney, being a little humble over there, since she's gotten involved, there's been a lot of activity with it.
Which I haven't received any complaints of.
No, I'm just letting you
Other
know
than
where it
AC.
was, because it was, I mean, pond water. It wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah.
But you're doing a good job with it. And as you get familiar with it, I'm quite sure you're gonna get better at it, so.
I'm still learning.
Anyone else have anything for Ms. Courtney? All right, let's take a 5-minute recess and we'll come back to Ms. Griffin. Franklin County Commission is now back in session. Ms. Erin Griffith, we're at your report, ma'am.
All right, Commissioners, first thing, we have a couple of bid openings this morning. We are opening 2 invitations to bid. The first one is a sealed bid opening for the Franklin County 24-25 Artificial Reef Project. And let's see, as this project was actually developed by the Apalachicola Artificial Reef Association and funded by $10,000 in private contributions to the association and a $60,000 grant from FWC. Contractor selection will be to the lowest responsive qualified bidder based on price per unit with the greatest quantity of reef modules to be deployed for the available amount of $70,000. And it looks like we only had 1 bid received. So that should make the evaluation process somewhat simple. We have the 1 bid received was from Walter Marine, and I will say Walter Marine was actually the company that was used for the last artificial reef project that was several years ago. And let's see here. Walter Marine is, let's see here, they are out of, oh, didn't put it on there. Walter Marine is out of Davie, Florida, and their main office is in Orange Beach, Alabama.
Where?
They're
Davie?
Yep, Davie, Florida, and then the main office is Orange Beach, Alabama. Walter Marine. Let's see here. Looking here if it says how many modules he will. Okay, and as he is the only respondent here, there was actually a minimum quantity that would need to be installed. And I don't see anywhere where he has put if he is exceeding the minimum or, oh, okay, here we go. Yep, he did exceed the minimum. I believe the minimum was 26, and he will install 27 units for the total price of $69,999.93. 27 modular reef units installed for $69,999.93.
A lot of nines in there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Ms. Aaron, does that require a bid bond at all?
It does not.
Okay.
Nope. And this one, we will do board action to release the bids for review and recommendation to staff, FWC, and the Apalachicola Reef Association. And I would like to add 1 action item because this one we are actually, we are pressed for time on this one because the reef modules have to be installed by September 30th without a chance for extension with FWC. So with that being said, as we had 1 response, just pending concurrence to actually proceed with the issuance of the notice of award once the other agencies have confirmed.
Okay, so we would make a motion to approve based on the review committee and then allow them to proceed.
Correct, yeah,
Okay.
that way we can actually have a contract ready for you all to approve at the next meeting.
Okay.
So moved.
All right, so we have a motion to approve that action by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Any other discussion, Commissioners? All in favor? Any opposed? It's a 4-0 vote. Go ahead, Ms. Aaron.
Okay. The next project, the county is opening bid responses today for the Fort Coombs Armory and Convention Center Phase 2 renovations. These renovations will be funded by tourist development sales tax proceeds as allowed by Florida Statute 125. The project scope includes the following: renovation of the existing multi-purpose room to install a new ADA compliant toilet room, small multi-purpose room and associated mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and fire sprinkler systems, renovations of the existing corridor, hallway, and ramp, installation of a new ADA compliant ramp, trim work and doorway to the multi-purpose room, renovations of the existing exterior windows, interior running wood trim and wood floors in the main hall and offices in the 1st and 2nd levels, demolition, repairs, and install of a new shingle and membrane roof systems, refinishing the existing wood floors in the main hall, corridors, and offices, new glass globes to be installed on the existing lighting fixtures, and new electrical outlets in the main hall, renovations of the main entrance doors. Base bid will repair the doors, and an additional alternate will provide new doors. painting of the interior, other interior improvements, and other work indicated in the contract documents, and also includes the cleaning and painting of the exterior brick facade.
All right. I have a couple of questions before we proceed with opening, Ms. Aaron.
Okay.
I thought we just did a fire sprinkler system in the armory.
We did the fire sprinkler system, let's see. It's renovation, the small multi-purpose room and associated, I believe that there has to be some changes made to the fire sprinkler system because of the renovation.
Okay.
As far as like relocation of some of the lines.
And the round one, hopefully this is not phase two, hopefully this is phase last, but the round one that we did of the armory, didn't they add new doors at that time?
They did not add new doors.
Okay.
No.
Or they did something to the doors because they're not doing like they used to do.
I believe there's still an issue with them though. Fonda still
Yes.
has a problem
There
where
is
they
still an
actually
issue.
come off track.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I just wanted to ask that before we started.
Yeah, I think maybe they were refurbished or refinished, but
Yeah.
there's still an issue as far as them coming off track and not being able to actually lock the doors.
And that's what I wanted to bring up, to make sure this board was aware, because there's a discussion here about an alternate that adds new doors. Well, we've tried to do something with these old doors before and it didn't work. So just want to make sure everybody was aware of that. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, let's see, the first bid that we're opening today is Monolith Construction, and they are based in Port St. Joe, Florida. Again, Monolith Construction, Port St. Joe, Florida.
And while she's looking up that amount, Commissioner, Chairman, and Board, as a person that's actually rented the armory, there were any outlets to plug in electricity, you couldn't plug in anything. It's like there was one plug and they don't want you to go upstairs, so we had to work with that one plug, and it was just a mess. So I'm glad to see that we're getting some additional electrical outlets and getting this place fixed up, because, people do rent it and they do use it, and I want a place where they can come, and the amount of money that you pay for it, I want it to be worth the money that they pay.
That's right.
So,
Okay. Oh, it could be Gilchrist Roscrom, they wrote this one.
What was the amount, Ms.
Okay,
Aaron?
the base bid was $1,067,586.29. $1,067,586.29. And the ad alternate for the new doors would be $46,431.72. Again, $46,431.72 for the ad alternate.
Bid bond?
Yes, bid bond is included.
Yeah.
Aaron, give me the top number again.
Oh, okay. $1,067,586.29. Okay, this next one is from Sheffield Building Specialties Incorporated. Again, Sheffield Building Specialties Incorporated. They are located in Tallahassee, Florida. And their total base bid is $1,590,000. Again, $1,590,000. And the ad alternate is $80,000. Again, ad alternate $80,000.
That's the difference, Aaron. They do the bid in one, and then there's a subcontract.
Oh, okay, okay.
Bid bond?
Oh, yes, bid bond is included.
I think that's the right one.
Okay. Okay, this next one is Southland Contracting Incorporated from Midway, Florida. Again, Southland Contracting Incorporated from Midway, Florida. Total base bid, $1,197,761. Again, $1,197,761. And the ad alternate, $11,270. $11,270.
Bid bond.
Yes, bid bond is included. Okay, Okay, this next one is Inland Construction and Engineering Incorporated. Again, Inland Construction and Engineering Incorporated. They are located in Panama City, Florida. Their bid is, let's see here, base bid and alternate. Okay, $1,351,950.60. Again, base bid, $1,351,950.60. And they did not provide a bid alternate price. So it was only the base bid value of $1,351,950.60. And let's see here. Yeah, I'm wondering where their bid bond is. Yeah, if you could.
Did they have a bond with their,
Currently, they were told to break down the bid in 2 different sections, so we want to make sure that they,
okay.
it's just a list of contracts. You can double check through the bid bond.
Okay,
Bid bond is in there.
okay. Okay, yes, bid bond is included in this one. Yep.
Was having both a requirement for the bid?
As far as the base bid and the alternate,
Yes.
that's going to be a question for the architect.
Okay.
However, it appears that they're not going to be the low bidder
Okay.
anyway, so
Okay.
it's okay.
I just was asking.
Okay, and the last is, okay. Okay, let's see. This last one is F&F Construction from Port St. Joe, Florida. Again, F&F Construction from Port St. Joe, Florida. And their bid bond is attached. And the base bid is $920,768.02. $920,768.02. And their ad alternate is $18,000. So their ad alternate again, $18,000. Base bid value, $920,768.02. And with all of these bids, board action to release the bids for review and recommendation to the project architects, Gilchrist, Ross, and Crow.
Mr. Chairman, I got a question. There was a bid bond on the F&F construction?
There was.
Okay, all right. And then, how does it work with, you have a low bid at the main bid, but the alternate bid's higher? How do they,
You actually award based upon the base
the base
bid.
bid? Okay, that's all. I'll second Commissioner
Okay,
Amison.
so we do have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison, second by Commissioner Ward. Any additional discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right. Ms. Aaron, on your action items, I would like to pull and talk separately about number 6.
Okay.
And I think we also would be helped to talk separately about number 4.
Okay.
Anyone else want to
Okay.
pull anything? So then we would be voting on action item 1, 2, and 3, and then number 5. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
I'll second.
We have a motion to approve those items by Commissioner Croom, seconded by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Ms. Griffith, let's talk about action item number 4.
Okay. All right, Commissioners, in July of 2024, the board adopted the attached 2024 premium seasonal weekend pay policy for board employees to address staffing shortages and increase workload during peak season months during the year. As the county has become a year-round tourist destination, there has been an increased need to have staffers available year-round for weekend response and maintenance. In the attached 2024 policy, Franklin County paid non-exempt employees a supplemental premium pay equal to an additional 25% of his or her rate of basic pay for non-overtime hours worked on a Saturday or Sunday during peak season. Employees entitled to overtime for hours worked will be paid at the standard overtime rate of time and a half. Last year, the policy took effect on July 2nd, remained in effect through mid-September. It was stated in the 2024 policy that it was subject to renewal each year. In the attached revision, due to the increased demand for weekend staffing, the policy will remain in force year-round until canceled. Board action to adopt and authorize the chairman to sign the attached premium weekend pay policy.
All right. So my only question is, I want to make sure I read this right. That's why I wanted to be discussed. Number one, I like what we're doing. Number two, we're moving this from a year-to-year renewal to this is the policy.
That's correct.
That's what I wanted to make sure we were doing. Okay.
Yep, yep. And a lot of times too, for example, let's say with animal control or parks and recreation, let's say an employee, they were out sick 2 days during the week, and then they end up working Saturday and Sunday.
Yep.
You know, typically their pay would not change because they wouldn't kick into overtime.
Right.
But with this being said, it'll actually provide some sort of incentive where they, you know, for doing that heavy lifting for Saturday and Sunday work, they would still be entitled to some form of additional compensation. It may not be much. You know, it'd just be 25% of their hourly rate added to their pay for the hours worked on those days, but it would at least, you know, be some sort of pay differential for that.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions or pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to emphasize that our staff do get bombarded on the weekend, especially during the summer with a lot of work. And I do think that they do need to be incentivized because, I mean, that's time away from their family and away from their days off. So, and I do like the fact that it's a year, you know, it's basically in effect as a policy. We're not having to come back every year to renew it. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay. So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion, commissioners? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Ms. Aaron, let's talk about our budget workshops.
Okay. This property appraiser will certify to the county the certified taxable value on July 1st. The preliminary budget is then due to the commission by July 15th. The county coordinator has checked with the clerk of courts and has confirmed that there are no court activities scheduled for Thursday, July 24th and Friday, July 25th.
All right. So we would be, the reason I'm asking is because, and I should have called about it earlier. So there's that narrative in what you have printed, but on the thing that says board action, the dates are the 25th and the 26th.
Yes, actually, Commissioner Ward mentioned that to me, and when I just checked it, the 24th and 25th, I didn't flip the page.
It's okay. So it is the 24th and 25th?
Okay.
Okay,
Yes, 24th and 25th.
okay. That's what I want to
Yep,
make sure.
my apologies for the
No,
error.
you're good.
Yeah.
Before we vote on it, we need
Yeah.
to know.
I called Aaron yesterday and said, since when we have budget hearings on Saturday? Why not? I mean, I don't mind it, but, you know, I just want to make sure that the dates are correct for the public.
Why
Okay.
not, commissioners?
Yeah, and the second day is historically the non-governmental,
Yes.
so I don't know, in the past few years, we have not mandated their attendance on
That's
that
true.
day. So do you all want to, what do we want to do this year? Do we want to have a discussion now or wait till we get a little farther along?
We can get closer.
I think we have to wait till we get
Okay.
closer, Ms. Aaron, because we're actually going to have to start seeing the preliminaries that you
Okay.
send us for the budget.
Okay, gotcha.
Because it might be a little bit tighter than it normally is.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, just so we talked about dates, is this going to be time-wise? Is it normal 9 o'clock?
It is 9 a.m. Yeah, both days would start at 9 a.m.
Yep.
All right, because I know sometimes we have things in the evening, so, all right.
Oh, the evenings you're talking about is the budget,
budget
actual
workshop.
public hearings. By law, you have to do it after 5 o'clock. Some people do 5:05, some do 5:15, but yeah.
Okay.
And that's for all taxing agencies, not just us.
All right. So do we have a motion for those?
Motion to approve.
Okay. All right, so we're setting up our budget workshops for the 24th and the 25th, and Commissioner Ward has made the motion to approve. Commissioner Amison has given his second. Any discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
On my presentation to the board, I was going to discuss with you rescheduling the PUD evaluation ordinance for Friday, July the 25th. The board's current instructions are to hold that public hearing in the evenings at 6 p.m. So I don't know how that plays in. I mean, I don't see any direct connection, but I just thought I would put it out there.
Yeah, I think that'll be fine. I don't think that'll be,
Okay.
I don't think the one will mess with the other one. Usually, like Ms. Aaron has said, on the Friday, if we do anything that's non-governmental, and if we do it, if we have that workshop, it usually doesn't last very long.
Correct.
Yeah. All right. Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Ms. Aaron, tell us about some updates.
Okay, all right. The Lanark EMS project, you all received some photos of the site clearing work as part of my report. The project is now ready to schedule a groundbreaking ceremony before the vertical construction elements begin. I did speak with Commissioner Sanders, and we are thinking sometime the week of July 7th through the 11th, and we'll be trying to also coordinate with the Lanark Village Volunteer Fire Department, because they would also like to present their new truck to the public as well and kind of hold an open house out there at the fire department. So we will try to coordinate that date between the multiple entities and also make sure that EMS is able to attend as well. Some of their representatives, but it would be sometime the week of July 7th through the 11th. So if you all have any conflicts or anything, or any, date that works better, one day over the other, just kind of reach out and let me know, and we'll work around the schedules. We also have the siding replacement project for the County Health Department building in Appalachia is out for bid, and bids are due July 1st. There's also the RFQ for design criteria consultant services for the Triumph First Responder Communication System upgrade. Responses are due by July 2nd. The RFP for design services for the LAP Otterslide Avenue A sidewalks is also out, and bids are due July 11th on that one. The Restore SGI Stormwater Project, the county is still awaiting the notice to proceed from the U.S. Treasury. Hopeful that conditions will be cleared and the notice to proceed will be issued by the end of the month, whereas the contractor can move forward with utility locations and coordination. However, of course, we had mentioned previously that disruptive construction elements will not begin until after September 15th. Restore Countywide Dune Project, we're also awaiting the notice to proceed from the U.S. Treasury on that one. Attorney Schuler actually had to do some more extensive title work research as required by Treasury. And so we're again hoping that that one will also have the notice to proceed cleared by the end of the month, and we can actually start getting some of that vegetation out. The SGI Multi-Use Path Resurfacing Project, we have received the 100% plan set. We are submitting the plan set to FDEP for review and approval, and construction bid specifications are in development. Sylvester Williams Park Playground equipment will be delivered in August. The letter of funding request was sent on to the governor regarding the advancing legislative appropriation request for the East Point fire truck and the second allocation of the bear-proof cans. And the civil site plan layout is complete for the Lanark EMS station on the 3-acre parcel in East Point, and it's advancing to geotech and soil surveys for the site, and we have also finalized the floor plan. So any questions or comments?
The last one you said is the Lanark EMS substation?
Oh, my apologies. That's the EOC.
Okay. Well, you said East Point as well, and that's what really threw me for a loop.
Yeah.
I said, well, we are moving around here today.
Yeah, we hope to have an EMS substation in East Point one day, too.
Yeah, that would be good. Ms. Aaron, the question, I know that we already had people hired or given an award to the companies that are going to be doing, like the St. George Island Stormwater Project. Have we been able to at least alleviate as a county the fact that we're waiting on the federal government still, the amount of monies they spent, or other words, reimburse them or give them money for what they've already spent on this project?
They are eligible to actually request reimbursement for stored materials. However, we have not received a pay application yet. So, so fortunately, it's not that awful of a delay. However, we still want to obtain that notice to proceed as soon as possible, because, for example, with the U.S. Treasury, we received the grant award in August.
Yeah.
And it took forever to get to that point, and honestly, it's been something that was not expected for it to take this long to actually get a notice to proceed in hand, so. In which we were not able to actually go out for construction bids or award construction bids until we had the actual grant award either, so that was also part of the timeline.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure nobody's being kind of hung out because of the delay. That's all I was asking. But that's a lot of stuff, Miss Erin.
I like when, Mr. Chairman, we see progress.
Yes.
We get
Oh,
delayed
yeah.
so much, and it
Yes.
seems like it takes forever to get things
Yes.
moving.
Yes.
But it's nice to see these things coming up that to benefit our community are
Yes.
actually coming to fruition.
That's right. Mr. Morone, if you could, please reach out to the representative and the senator about the possibility of the 7th through the 13th with the EMS
Okay.
stuff in Lanark. They were instrumental in helping them get that fire truck through appropriation. And if we're gonna do a ribbon cutting, we wanna make sure that they know about it, or at least involved, invited.
Got it.
All right, anyone have anything for Ms. Griffith?
Thanks for being here in person today.
We're,
2 meetings in a row.
she surprised me earlier. I didn't know she was sitting there, but
She
I just thought that was
snuck in.
Courtney I was seeing out of the corner of my eye.
We have some other bid openings coming up too, so I'll be seeing you all
Yes.
this next month as well.
Yeah. Thank you, Miss Erin. We appreciate everything you do. All right, Mr. Morone?
All right, Commissioners, we're page 22 on your agenda packet. The first thing, by now, I know you guys have noticed the AC isn't working. We have a call into the tech to get it as soon as possible. And for those that don't live in the city of Appalachia, that faint smell that you're smelling because of the lack of circulation, that is in fact the problems the city of Appalachia has been having with water. That's a smell people have been complaining about. I know it was heavier earlier, it's a little light now, so just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. All right, item 1, Value Adjustment Board members, Clerk Maxwell, and you saw her memo, is requesting the board action to appoint VAB members. Your appointments, of course, should include 2 county commissioners, 1 as the chairman and a citizen member. Wait, let me put my glasses on. Let's see who's out there. And who owns homestead property within the county. The citizen member cannot be a member or employee of any other taxing authority. So I need 2 commissioners to be voluntold. One of you will be the chairman, and then we need to find a citizen. It's always good to find somebody that's in the audience since they like to attend our meetings.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I've been the chairman for the Value Adjustment Board the last 2 years. I'll continue to do it unless somebody else wants it. I'm not gonna-
Really?
Okay, so we have 1 out of the way.
And Mr. Chairman, I know, was it Commissioner Sanders was the alternate?
She was.
And I don't want to, without her being here, I don't want to appoint her if she's not interested in continuing. So how should we do
Well,
that?
she may, so we don't really know.
That's a slick answer, Commissioner Crew.
That's right.
There's somebody else, and then if we change, we change, but the clerk would.
Well, if it's an
really-
alternate, I can be an alternate.
Okay.
Who was our citizen member last year, do you know?
I believe Mr. Paul Rigglemeyer was in the audience at that time, and he got voluntold,
Got roped
volunteer
into that, didn't
drafted. So let's see, yeah, I like how Commissioner Amison is already scanning the room. Go ahead.
I see one right
Any, mini, miny, mo.
There you go.
There he is.
We had to do a hard look, but we finally got
There's
some movement
Mason.
out
Do
of
you
it.
volunteer, sir?
I did, 2 years ago, Mason Dean, I was, on the.
VAB?
Sure
Okay.
did.
All right,
Happy
So-
to serve, thank you.
all right,
Thank you.
So we're looking at Commissioner Amison as the chair, I'm the alternate, and Mr. Bean is the citizen member of the VAB.
Perfect.
What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Amison, second by Commissioner Croom. No discussion, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's a 4-0 vote. All right, go ahead, sir.
Item 2 is the TDC member. Here's the whole reason for me bringing this to you. Last year, there was this discussion. Some people wanted to apply. They did not want to state if they had any arrest records or not. I kind of put a caveat in there that it could be discussed privately. Basically, I'm asking you guys, are you good with the application? Because I know there was some issues last year. If wanted, you could approve it today, and if you have any issues with it, let me know. If it's something I can simply fix, I will. If not, then I'll have to ask the board as a whole for any
Mike,
major
I just
changes.
have one question on that.
Yes, sir?
The very bottom, where it say by Friday, December 20th, I'm assuming, this year.
I didn't change the date.
The date is gonna be prior before December, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right, I
It's
just
going to
wanted
be,
to double check.
my bad. I thank you for bringing that up. I corrected the ad, not the application. It's going to be July 11th. That's going to be the deadline.
July 11th.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And just for clarification, it can be a collector of the tax for state statute.
Yes, both. This time around, we can do any of the two, collector of the tax or not.
That seat was open last time, so it could have been a collector last time, correct?
Yes.
Oh,
So
was
this
it a
is-
time before where we could only do one? There was a time we could only do
Yes.
one. We had too many
Yes.
collectors of the tax. So we
Yes.
met our,
So the statute is 3, no more than 4 collectors of the tax. And at the time before when it happened, we already had 4 collectors of the tax.
okay,
So that was an at-large member.
yes,
Now there's only 3 collectors of the tax, so it can be an at-large member or a collector of
or
the
not.
tax.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Actually, it's owner-operator. So it can't just be
Yeah.
somebody that works for them, it's gotta be,
The owner themselves,
yes.
yes. So, okay, so I can proceed with those corrections of the date. Anything else on the application that raise a red flag? And Commissioner, Chairman, your memory's better than mine. I know we pulled this from another county for the.
We
most part.
did, but now let me ask you, and I don't have any heartburn either way. We did pull it from another county. Is it required that they have a criminal background check to serve on advisory board?
I believe that was more of a preference of that county,
Yeah.
and at the time you thought it was a good idea, so
Yeah.
that we were aware of that, but I don't see that.
Well, I think too, at the time, if my memory serves right, we were trying to get somebody on that board.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I didn't want to delay it further, trying to find another example to pull from. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
That kind of deal.
So
So
if there's
I have no
something,
heartburn either way. I was just trying to remember how we got to that point.
okay, yes. And the caveat is that's a discussion they can have with me one-on-one before it's brought to the board.
Yeah.
So if you guys are good with it, just give me a motion and it'll
I'll
be.
make a motion.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison, second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, thank you very much. And Commissioner Amison, I know you're gonna take this one over for the most part. I do have, let me
Go with
make
it.
sure she's there. Corey from Triumph is right there, okay, on the line. So, hey Corey. So, as the board is aware, Commissioner Emerson has been working on a possible partnership with Haney Technical College, the Franklin County School District, and Franklin County for a satellite Haney campus in Franklin County, which will be located hopefully at the airport. In his effort to create a draft partnership package to present to this board for your review and approval, Commissioner Amison met with Haney School District representatives and School District and Triumph representatives, and help me, Commissioner, Mr. Butler. He actually represents kind of the school, but more of a fundraising
Education
arm of the
Foundation.
school. Foundation, okay. Monday to discuss a path forward. Commissioner Amison will discuss this proposed partnership in more detail here this morning, but he is seeking board support to allow the county staff and consultants to submit a pre-application to Triumph, that's why Corey's here, for $250,000 that will allow for necessary upgrades around the hangar that Haney is planning to occupy. Commissioner Amison?
Okay. To begin with, the hangar is good to go. There's some minor stuff that has to happen for the very first semester. What we're trying to do, the calendars aren't matching up, and Corey can jump in there and verify this, but basically this $250,000 ask is we were calling it phase 2. She said, don't phase it out, just, come on case per case. We need to go ahead and do a pre-application, or I would recommend that we go ahead and do the application now. If it just so happens that we do not go into a partnership, all we have to do is pull the application, but we need to go ahead and get it in now for time issues. And this will be like for the parking area and stuff like that, if we, you know, if we decide, this commission, we're not putting the cart, I'm trying not to put the cart at the end of the runway is what I told them the other day, 'cause that's what I felt like. But like I said, due to the way everything's lining up calendar-wise, they're on a deadline. We need to go ahead and submit this application, and we can always pull it later if we hit a road bump. That makes sense. Did I put that in?
That makes sense to me.
But just to give you some insight, it was a good conversation with Haney and everyone there. They're very motivated to move forward. Again, that's something we're gonna have to decide on here in the near future, if that's what we wanna do. But the immediate thing is, right now, with this ask, is to go ahead and start the application process. And again, if this commission decides not to, we can always pull the application. But as far as the time issue, we need to go ahead and do it now. And you know, I've been trying to figure out a way to get in Corey's purse for a while.
You and me and everybody else, Miss Corey, sorry, that's the truth.
That's what Triumph's here for.
Yes, ma'am. I do appreciate you attending our meeting this morning too, Miss Corey. It means a lot to us. So is there anything, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I am, is there anything we need to do in this pre-app that we need to make sure it's a box we check that maybe hasn't been discussed, or something you thought about from the discussion the other day, or is everything good to go?
I think if the items in the discussion the other day are included, again, the pre-application is just 2 pages.
Right.
And you guys are in the middle of your second successful Triumph grant.
Yep.
And so I think that your team knows what we're looking for at this point and can fill out the budget and the pre-app and in a way that it'll make it a smooth process for all of us. We're excited to have the next grant with you.
Yep, good. Thank you, Ms. Corey. Thank you, Ms. Corey.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I don't see no problem with when you start this application, so I'll make that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve.
I'll second with comment.
All right, from Commissioner Croom, and it's seconded by Commissioner Ward. Go ahead, Commissioner.
So who's gonna be doing the application? Would that be Aaron?
So, no, I wouldn't punish her like that. Probably we'll do, John Collins will have to help us
Okay.
with that, airport engineer, but it'll have to be outside. He'll have to create a separate task order because that's outside of a FDOT, FAA grant situation.
Have the existing task order with him.
Oh, that's right. Work outside. So we have to increase the amount for that task order to cover this cost. And if John needs more help, we have Tracy and we have, who else? We have somebody else that helps us.
Mary Swope?
Yeah, Mary, thank you.
Okay.
Yes. So, yeah, and some of the agencies, Commissioner, that you are part of, that we can rely on to help us
Yeah.
out with it.
Opportunity
So this
Florida,
might be a
Opportunity
collective
Florida.
helping us with this application.
Okay. We have a motion, or
Yep.
I'll second.
You did second it, yes. Mhm. Any other discussion before we vote? Or I credited you for seconding, let me put it that way.
I did, I think I did with comment.
And also with that, as far as the application process, you got, the chairman of the airport board,
Yep.
and you have the manager there that
Yeah.
are, I mean, they've been in the trenches with this from ground,
That's,
from the ground up.
that's correct,
And
sir.
they can probably fill in some gaps here and there.
Yep. It'll be a collective.
And while we're discussing that, I would take the opportunity to, I told them they didn't need to be here. This was more, let me pick this ball up and run with it, but they have really put in a lot of work. Mr. Wilkerson, the chairman of the board, and Mr. Kirchenbaum have really put a lot of energy and effort into this, so hopefully we can get where we're going.
Commissioner, I believe Corey, she might not admit it, but I'm sure Steve's number is to the top of her frequent calls on her phone. But all in good, all for good, all for good, sir.
All right, any other discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you, Corey.
Thank you.
Item 4, Commissioner Croom would like an organizational chart that would provide a visual representation, facilitate communication, and help with understanding the county's organizational structure. It would also assist with ensuring that the right people are involved with important decisions that are made and clarifies the chain of command. the discussion point is how far do you want me to drill down, and what type of chart would the board expect? I mean, when you go below your directors, there's their supervisors, and then how much down we have with mid supervisors there, you think? Then there's staff. So how far down this do you want me to go? And is it the model of a normal flat organizational chart?
Well, with what started this whole thing is like I was looking for a work chart, and you know most of your government forms of government has an org chart, so I couldn't find one when I asked. We thought we had one, but didn't. I know Jenny got one for EOC, but the reason why I wanted this to see this org chart was, one, it shows transparency of how our county government is structured, and not only that, it's like for the new hires, new employees, new commissioners, it just show everything, who's in charge of what and what specific functions. I'm not asking for titles or specific names, just like Board of County Commission, well, the people, Board of County Commissioners, departments, then what's under that department. So I guess like on the departmental side, you can have them do their own, maybe.
Yeah, and then
And
I merge
add
it
to the
to one. Okay.
Yes, but that's what I'm looking for.
So you don't care, you don't want it to say Fonda Davis Director, you want it to say what is he doing, what is that job actually responsible for? Like, so you would say Parks and Rec Director, this is so kind of a mix between a org chart and job scope. Can I say that?
Not a scope per se, but a title.
Title?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like Director of Solid Waste, whatever the position is. Then underneath that, maybe have his, your Park and Recs or whoever it is, the position, not the name, because with constant turnover, we'll be changing names all the time.
Parks and Rec, yeah.
Well,
How we
not
gonna
only
do
that,
all
I
that?
mean.
The same thing you ran
thing
into
that
this
I ran
morning.
into this morning.
That was a
Courtney's,
prime example right there.
It's like their hats changed so much. It's not that I don't know what their job role is. It's just that their hats changed so much, and they have many hats.
Yeah.
And so it's almost like, all right, what hat is she wearing today versus yesterday, or
Yeah.
Michael's hat, or Aaron's hat, or anybody's hat? So.
Okay, I got you. So I'll start with a couple of examples, send it to you guys by email. We go back and forth and chat with each commissioner. But
Yeah. No.
but is everybody good with it though?
Too far down the rabbit hole, Michael.
I did?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Okay. As usual.
No job scope.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
Just
Well,
titles is what I'm looking for.
Monica says I'm an overthinker, so anyway, okay. So you guys good with it though? Basically how it was just explained? Okay. Motion, direction, I asked for a motion already, I'll go ahead and take them.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Amison. It has been seconded by Commissioner Croom to approve what Mr. Marone's going to put together as far as the organizational chart. Any discussion before we vote? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's a 4-0 vote, Ms. Jessica.
It's getting warm up in here. Okay, item 5. This was a cool call I got yesterday from Quentin Eastberg. Him and Josh from ARPC would like to submit the Franklin 98 project for the National Planning Award of Resilience and Sustainability. And that quote is just from Quentin's email explaining what it is. And I'm going to let Commissioner Jones take it from here. But basically, after he does his thing, what we would like is action to authorize a letter of support for this award submission.
Thank you, Michael. So yeah, this project has turned out to be a really good project, not only for Franklin County, but for those that are in this industry. If you'll remember, well, I don't think none of you were on the board except for Commissioner Sanders when we first started this, because I was a new commissioner when we even had the idea. We went through several years of actually getting the award, which was a $15 million award. We had a local contractor that was given the award, so all the money stayed here locally. This $15 million project has already received some awards already at the state level and in conjunction with the regional planning councils. But this is a national award that they are and continue to be amazed, Mr. Adams and his staff that has worked on this, at how this project has actually worked. So there's always the theory that when you do something, it's gonna work, this is how it's gonna work. It's actually outperformed their forecast. So there have been areas that have added dirt, or it's things have filled in faster than they had even planned for or hoped for. So there were multiple things that are going at with this project. Number one was environmental, to help sustain. Number two was the thing that's most important to government is to help solidify and secure the road from being blown out all the time every time we get a storm. Matter of fact, the FDOT did not have on their 5-year work plan paving between Carabel and East Point until after this award was given through the ARPC. That was then added to their 5-year plan, which they're close to doing now. I think it's a good thing that they're being recognized for their hard work. I think it was an ingenious idea. It's going to help Franklin County for years to come. And now there are a lot of residents that on the first pass that said they weren't interested. Now we're doing a round two because they're like, yeah, we would like that in front of our property, because they see the benefit to that. So yeah, they might lose, it might fill in, and they might lose the ability to have water all the way up to the edge of their land, but they're also gaining land. Because that's the way it is. You know, if whatever you gain is gained, whatever you lose is lost. So, but it's something that we didn't know if we were going to be able to do to begin with, and to see it succeed, and now hopefully get this kind of recognition means a lot. I am currently the chair of the Regional Planning Council for these 9 counties, and it's something to see something that is being done in our county receive this kind of recognition. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Anderson.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Croom. Any additional discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's a 4-0 vote.
All right, Commissioners, everything else is informational, but Duke Energy, every time they do one of these programs, commissioners get called. So this one is over in Carabel. You saw, I think I attached the letter that they're doing. And let me know, Commissioner Ward, I'll call Commissioner Sanders and say, if you get calls, let me know. I'll put you guys in touch with the right Duke person to explain how it is. You know, a couple of times we've requested from Duke whatever chemicals or pesticides they're using. We ask Eric to look at it through the University of Florida and bring it back, and we've done that a few years. It always checks out, but nevertheless, it helps. So just want you to know that. Of course, your next meeting date 2 weeks from today, but keep in mind tomorrow is June 19th, Juneteenth, and it's a holiday for the county with the exception of the clerk's office. The clerk's office, and I believe all court activities are still going on tomorrow. So, and I believe Aaron and Bria and myself might be working tomorrow. It'll be a quiet day, so we got a lot done.
You just jinxed yourself by saying the Q word.
You think so?
Yeah,
Sorry.
you say that.
My bad.
Don't say that.
But okay, and that's it for me, Commissioners.
Anyone else have anything for Mr. Merle?
I don't have nothing, but I do have a comment. We was talking about, I spoke with Mr. Quentin Eastberg, myself, with ARPC, and he advised me that Arc of the Gulf, which is it service Franklin and Gulf counties, they are ceasing their transportation for the transportation disadvantage. So hopefully there's no gap in services. They reached out to another vendor. And hopefully we can get them on board. As of right now, it does look good, but just need to let the board know and the public know that they are ceasing their services on June 30th.
Yes.
That particular vendor.
Yes. So, yes, Mr. Eastberg has said that they are doing their best to make sure there is no discontinuation of services. They will move from one to another. And I think the current vendor they're talking to is more around Jefferson, Madison, Leon, and Gadsden. But, I think that's what we're working toward. Anyone else? All right. Turn to shoulder.
All right, Commissioners, first action item is for the board to ratify the cancellation of the public hearing that was scheduled on Friday, June 13th at 6 p.m. for the PUD evaluation ordinance.
All right.
So move.
A motion to approve by Commissioner Ward. Second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's 4-0.
Second item is to discuss rescheduling that ordinance for July 25th at 6 p.m. I have already coordinated with and cleared those two dates and times with the outside planning counsel, David Theriak, and the outside planner, Ms. Alara Guthrie-Mills. So those dates are clear on their schedules. I've instructed them to pencil in those dates pending the board's decision on that date and time. So I'm going to ask the board to consider rescheduling that public hearing for the date and time of July 25th at 6 p.m.
Okay.
Here in this building, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Same bat time, same bat channel.
Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? I do want to clarify for the public, and I'm careful what I say because it's not mine to say. So when we canceled this hearing, and the hearings were canceled today, we canceled them because one of our commissioners couldn't be here for medical reasons. That can get into HIPAA and stuff very quick. So that's why we did not put out over the airwaves that somebody's in the hospital. That's theirs to tell, not ours to tell. I will say, and I'll try to just be very brief, it was kind of shocking to me the level of distrust that people place in their local government. I don't know how much more transparent we can be, folks. There's not any county of any around us that put out the level of information we do. None. I challenge somebody to prove me wrong, not just in this room, but in this county. But there are some things that just aren't nobody else's business. So when we do it with everybody in mind. It's not trying to do one over somebody or done over somebody. I don't know how you've been done in the past, but that's not this board. I appreciate everybody for their care and concern for Commissioner Sanders. Hopefully she will rejoin us soon. That's what I want to say about that matter.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you bringing that up. And I
Commissioner, I
agree.
will say, oh, I'm sorry, I thought you.
I was going to say also, it's not fair to our public to only have not a full board to make a decision that's going to affect this county for years in the future.
Yes.
And so it's only fair that we have a full board and full staff. So that's another avenue on that.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I will echo that and say it has been the long-standing policy of many different versions of county commissions that you don't make important policy decisions in the absence of a full board. I mean, this is routine, ordinary actions by the board. I frankly can't sit here and recall any important decision, big countywide policy decision that hasn't been made by a full board. So, my next action item, we have two public hearings that were scheduled for
Do
today.
we need to vote on that, or did we already vote?
No, we voted.
I'm sorry, I was talking, not making notes. Jessica, did we?
We
No
didn't vote, did we?
No vote. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Go ahead, sir.
And same reason for the first two action items on my report was a public hearing regarding the MSBU amendment, or the amendment to the MSBU ordinance for fire and rescue services to remove the requirement for a property owner vote prior to amending the resolutions or setting the rates for fire and rescue services. And then the second public hearing was to establish a uniform 911 address system. And I'm asking the board to cancel those two public hearings for the same reasons that we've just discussed, and that can be done in one motion.
Okay.
So moved. Second.
So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison, second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous, 4-0.
Commissioners, the next action item on my report regards the special magistrate. The board went through a advertisement process and hired a law firm by the name of Hand Arundel to provide special magistrate services to the county. I was notified middle of last week that the attorney that that firm had appointed is leaving that firm and starting his own law firm, and so the board has essentially three choices. You can stick with the same firm and they'll appoint someone else. You can select continuing with the same special magistrate in the new firm that he started, or you can do neither and hire a third person. I have recommended to the board that you continue using the current special magistrate, whose name is Mr. Cole Davis. I've also spoken with staff, and staff is also supportive of my recommendation.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I also spoke with staff, just because they've been dealing with it. We've had our second magistrate hearing, and they're, Courtney and Sissy were both wanting to try to keep him if we can. So
Yep.
I'm gonna, with that, make a motion to keep Mr. Cole Davis as our special magistrate.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve
Second.
by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Do we have any discussion, Commissioners? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
And Commissioners, do you have any questions for me regarding the information items of my report?
So I just have one question. Are we just waiting for Duke to agree to pave a road to do that property swap? Is that the outcome of what you have written here?
From my perspective, yes. From their perspective, they're also have commissioned a phase one environmental study. Now, they haven't finished that, but the phase one environmental study is of the county's property, which is next door to their existing tower.
Right.
I have responded to their questionnaire after speaking with, I spoke with Mr. Fonda Davis from the landfill. I spoke with Mr. Buster Neighbors from the road department. I spoke to Mr. Marone, and see if anyone had any personal knowledge that would help in filling out the questionnaire that they sent to me. They don't have any such personal knowledge. For example, they want to know contamination, our knowledge of any level of contamination on the property. Well, nobody knows anything about potential contamination on the property. I went by with Mr. Davis and looked at the property yesterday. It looks like Duke Energy built their electrical building on our property, but I don't know what good that's going to bring, do to bring that to their attention.
Yeah.
So, how long it takes them to do the phase one, I don't know, but it is fairly standard for someone to ask the property owner to fill out a questionnaire.
Okay.
The problem here is we don't have the institutional knowledge, and
Right.
I guess I could call Mr. Pierce, but he doesn't have any authority to speak on behalf of the board any longer, so I did not call him.
Okay, that's fine.
But that's from their perspective. My perspective is the road is the main issue. Obviously, utilities is also an issue, but Duke Energy provides electrical utilities, so I'm assuming there will be no problem getting electrical utilities. As far as, water and sewer, if we need to, we could put our water and sewer underground across their transmission line easement, but the issue is their 70-foot wide transmission easement and the construction of a paved road. They started talking about national electric standards and safety issues. I'm like, look, all I need to know is what do you need from us so we can get approval for the road.
Yep.
They had mentioned engineering plans. I'm like, well, fine, I'll talk to the engineer. I'll get you a set of plans, but they would like to move faster than that. So the only option I had was to give them the county's road building standard out of your subdivision ordinance, which is a 60-foot wide ordinance that shows the depth of the materials, the depth of pavement. Honestly, it's a road, people. I don't know why it should be that difficult to get approval, but I wouldn't recommend a land swap until that gets resolved, because we have to get their permission to cross their transmission line easement, and I don't really think they'd say no, but right now we're in the catbird seat.
Yep,
So.
okay. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding that.
Sure,
Okay.
sure, but obviously at the end of the day, that's a policy decision for the commissioners.
Right.
If I
No,
get told to move forward, I'll move forward.
We're good with it.
I'm willing to check off those boxes.
Yep, yep. Anyone else have anything for Attorney Schuler? All right, let's take a 5-minute recess and we'll come back to meeting. Franklin County Commission is now back in session. This time we're going to our Planning and Zoning Adjustment Board report.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Procedural matters, items number 12 and 13 on the agenda. If we could address those first. We are not in a procedural position on item number 12 to make a decision. The only decision that you would be making on that is to authorize the scheduling of a public hearing.
Okay.
So I want to ask the board at this time to authorize the scheduling of a public hearing to consider a land use and rezoning change for 75 Highway 65 as set forth in the agenda. And then for the board, and I think you can do this in one motion, table item 13, the commercial site plan application, because until the board makes whatever decision it's going to make on the land use and rezoning, it would be premature to consider a site plan
Okay.
for that same location.
Okay. So is it the pleasure of the board to do as the attorney has advised with these two issues?
So, Mr. Chairman, for clarification, we're authorizing a public hearing?
Yep.
This is to schedule a public hearing on the land use and rezoning request from item 12. That public hearing has been, that request has been sent to you with a recommendation for approval from planning and zoning, but your next step would be to schedule the public hearing.
I was
And I
under the
typically
impression-
get that authority from the board to schedule the public hearing. At this point, I'm estimating we should be able to get that scheduled and set before the board for your second meeting in July.
Okay. I thought we'd already done it, but I guess
I
not.
did too, that's why I was,
That's,
I thought we'd already had a public hearing
Did-
on this, or, well, we've had discussion on it first.
No, we had a public hearing, I thought.
I thought we had a public hearing
we
on
have a
this.
public hearing on
Yes, because because it was back from, this original request, I believe, came from a previous applicant, I want to say. I don't know. I was under the impression we already had a public hearing about this. That's why it was being brought to us again, but I could be confused on maybe it was something else, but.
If we had a public hearing and then it was tabled to a date, time, and place certain, that would be fine, but I don't recall that happening. Typically, if you have a scheduled public hearing and then you table it to a date and time certain, then you don't have to re-advertise. But if there's been a public hearing on this, I don't have any recollection of that.
So it looks like this went back from November 2024. I
Attorney
thought we
Sewell.
did all that.
Mr. Waddell has his hand raised. Sir, if you want to speak, please come forward. Since you are representing the applicant, please speak.
Jim Waddell, Innovia Consulting Group, 401 East 9th Avenue, Tallahassee, representing the owner and the applicant. We've been after this for quite a while now. In an abundance of caution, I'd rather recommend that you follow the county attorney's advice and let's just reschedule it and get it done so that there's no stone left unturned here.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Waddell.
Well, with that, I guess I'll make a motion for your recommendation.
Good.
I second the motion.
All right, so we have a motion from Commissioner Ward. It's been seconded by Commissioner Amison that we are scheduling a public hearing for item number 12, and we are tabling item 13 till that same time.
Yes.
All right? Any discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right?
It's gonna be, you said the second week of July?
That's what he said, yes.
Or second meeting?
Second meeting in July. Correct?
Yes, so that's when it looks like it will be able to be rescheduled. Because we have to give, the paper only publishes once a week, and then we have to give 10 days advance notice. I don't think we can get that done between now and July, the
Right.
third meeting, I think
Okay.
Mike said.
Okay. All right, sir, word to you.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Commissioners. Just wanted, before we get started, I wanted to introduce Bree Robinson to the board. She's going to be our new county planner.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Our first item here is a variance and commercial site plan request for 139 West Gulf Beach Drive and 124 West Pine Avenue. This will require a motion for the variance followed by a motion for the commercial site plan. A consideration of a request to modify a 10-foot rear building setback along alley to 5-foot setback and construct 4 condominium units, office space, and accessory uses. Building consisting of three stories with 10,862 total square feet. Property is located on St. George Island. Franklin County, Florida. Request submitted by Tello Planning Group, LLC, agent for Gene Brown, applicant. The PZA board recommended denial based on the applicant's failure to prove a hardship on a 4-0 vote.
I had to, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I had to, spoke with Mr. Patterson about it because I had two addresses on here. And, the 139 West Gulf Beach Drive is for the structure,
For the structure,
for clarification, and 124 West Pine Avenue.
that's for their wastewater, their sewage treatment.
Mr. Chairman, I had some questions, but I didn't know if we wanted the applicant to speak first or however y'all want to do it.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna let the applicant speak, but if you have questions of Mr. Patterson or Ms. Robinson, you can ask those questions.
Well, I spoke with Justin and with Bree yesterday about some concerns I had. First of all, the application was asking for, let me get my notes out here, for 10 parking spots. And then I looked at the plat, and it looked like they were, it was contradictory. So it looks like there's putting some, and please chime in here, Ms. Bree, if you will. It looks like they're putting some parking spots on the side of the building that's going up, and then there's I don't really want to call it, there's an alleyway, but there's another roadway, I guess, to the west that Mr. Brown owns that I believe some parking is also, that's where some of the parking spaces are also going to go, correct? Trying to find the schematic that shows that. So in essence, there is going to be, it looked like there were only going to be 8, but in essence, there's going to be 10. I'm trying to find the schematic showing that.
Can you hear me?
Hey, Justin.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, let me turn it up a little bit. Hold on. All right, go ahead.
May I share my screen?
Yeah, let me stop sharing mine and you can share yours. Hold on, Justin.
Okay.
I'm trying to find that. There's a lot of pages. Okay, there it is right there. 6. It looks like there were 6 parking spots along the west side of the building. Oh, I see the 2 up there at the top. But I didn't see the 2 extra spaces, but Justin, if you want to, because all I could see was 8 spaces. The application was asking for 10, but you explained that there's a couple spots going to go that I guess is not on the schematic that we have, correct?
So I have a clear version of it. And can you see my screen right now?
Yes, we can.
All right. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 parking spaces in this area, and they are having 4 parking spaces across the street.
Okay.
You know, once we get to the site planning portion, I would recommend that as part of, should the board move to approve this, that the applicant be required to combine all lots into one parcel.
Did that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yes. And, Mr. Chairman, I did also have another question. The way I was looking at this, I know with the cantilevers, and the way I interpreted this, it was almost like I thought they were asking for 5 feet variance into the setback on all 4 sides. But Justin explained that that's not the case. They're just only on one side, Justin?
Correct.
Okay. So that was my second question. So they're not asking for them on all sides. They're asking for them just on the one side.
That's
because
the alley side, correct?
Huh?
Is that the alley side?
That's the alley side, I
Right.
believe, yes. And the I was concerned about the cantilevers, because that's what I thought was poking out, but the cantilevers are actually fitting and consistent with the lot itself. And so the only place they're asking for the cantilever is gonna be poking out is into that 5-inch setback, 5-foot setback
Correct.
into the alley
If
side.
you can see my mouse, it's going to be in this area right here.
Yeah. And Mr. Chairman, I actually went out and looked at this spot. It is a very small spot, I'm not gonna lie, but I think, let's see, what else questions? I did also have a concern with it being a safety issue, because if you look at the schematic, you've got the building that's already existing and the building that is being proposed. My concern was a safety hazard if a fire were to happen, like where the fire truck could put the truck to, if say one of the buildings caught on fire in the rear portion, how would our fire EMS services access to get, because I thought the way it looks like the two buildings are going to be really close together. And so my concern was if there were a fire to take place, how would our fire trucks get in there to extinguish the fire? And so that was my other concern, which, Justin, if you want to elaborate on that.
Sure. I think the applicant would be a better person to respond to that. However, the assumption would be that the fire trucks would go down either the alley or up Gulf Beach Drive and park in this area or along the alley to extinguish any fires. But I think the applicant would be the best person to respond to that question.
Okay. And then I guess the next question, Mr. Chairman, would probably the applicant be able to explain the hardship that we have with the variance. And I appreciate Attorney Schuler, because when I called Attorney Schuler yesterday, I was asking about a variance. You know, it's in our zoning code about a variance and what is required of a variance and the hardship. And of course, I was asking, well, what defines a hardship? You know, why does the applicant, why can't he, instead of asking for that 5-foot variance, why can't he scale the building back and not have to request the variance on the one side? Which, again, that's something the applicant can answer. But I just want to make a note, and I appreciate you talking to me about this, Attorney Schuler, because looking at our code for the variances on item number C, it does state that granting the variance requested will not confer on the applicant any special privilege that is denied by this ordinance to other lands, buildings, or structures in the same zoning district. So that one out of all of them kind of stood out to me, because I did watch the P&Z meeting and there were some concerns about other adjacent parcels that we've done. We did authorize a variance to, but before I go any further, I guess it might be relevant for the property or the applicant and whoever is speaking on behalf of the applicant to come forward and maybe answer some of the questions I've already posed, if that's okay with the board.
I think that's the next thing to do. Okay. Mr. Floyd, you speaking for the applicant?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Partly. There are others to speak to, including the planner here, and of course, Gene Brown.
Okay.
But, let me put my paperwork down here and get back to the podium. First, I'd like to thank you for the honor and privilege of appearing before you. It's good to be home. We have not done anything back over here. I haven't, and that privilege in a while. So I enjoy seeing the local surroundings and familiar surroundings. This is a matter that I think and I would just kind of introduce it as, you know, Gene Brown is the one, and of course, Gene's been over on the island since it's been the island, I think. In fact, you know, I'll go back and talk about this. There was a hesitation on the board at the time about, well, do we table this or can we wait and get the information from the, you know, from the adjacent landowners? And Gene said, no, I need to go forward. And let me just take a step back. With senior people like Gene and myself, we're too old to be sometimes coming back on the waiting on the circle and back around. And so that's what I think that happened there, and he wanted to go ahead and get this while he's still alive and while he's still working on it, and they've worked on it for a long time. So so that's one of the things that I think that was dealing with the Planning and Zoning Adjustment Board, that you know, they wanted to go and get the information from the neighbors, and that's what I wanted to do. And I wanted to give you, we have gotten the contact from neighbors, and they all have agreed and consented to this as not being harmful, not being injurious, not being a problem, and they are in favor of it. So I'd like to, if you'll allow me to.
We'll read your names into the record so we have that.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So the names in the record would be the Mr. Bill Thomas is the one that's dated this. They're all dated the 17th, I think, but it says Bill's primary on it, and it's to Nita Mosby. And it says, "Hi, Gene and Nita. This email to let you know, you guys know that we did build a 4-shotgun west of your property at 139 West Gulf Beach. The properties were part of a larger variance request we did with the county on those lots and the 5 lots on Pine Street directly behind our blue houses. The county granted 5-foot setback variances on those lots, and we're all done together in a package. We have no objection to you seeking a variance on your property and fully support the development of the commercial lots as a long-term benefit to the island." So that's from Bill Thomas, the owner, directly to the west. One of those that's in there is also in Bill Thomas's unit is Mayhem Capital, and this by Don May, the manager. And he says, "Mayhem Capital is the owner of the house located at 151 West Gulf Beach Drive. Please use this letter as my approval of the 5-foot variance of the 10-foot setback next to the alley located east of my property." And then the other one is from BJ's over there, and you know what BJ's is. It says, "I have no problem with Mr. Brown building apartments on the properties down from BJ's by Brackman." So those are the ones that we have on that. And the importance of that is this takes care of the concern that I believe held up the Planning and Zoning Adjustment Board in terms of this particular variance. Now, the variance, our submittal to you is that the evidence, what's been done, that the material meets the requirements, especially in light of variance granted to some other areas in the adjacent property, in particular Mr. Thomas, Bill Thomas, because we see that he had, we're looking for 4 units on 5 lots. You know, you could build on each lot as a 25-foot lot. You could build on each lot, and that's kind of tied into the hardship part there. But we're only seeking 4 units on the 5 lots, and it would be, so he already has 2, so it'd be 6 units on the 7. And he got the extra. He's gone through this, and I'm going to get Gene Brown up here and go through that material. But we have we've got the neighbors' consent there. Number 2, there was a concern, and thank you, Commissioner Ward, for going through and listening to the tape. And you know, there was a lot back and forth about the steps. What we're talking about here is this whole variance is on the alley, as you pointed out, and it's just in the airspace. It's 15 feet above the ground, and it extends 5 feet out on the building side in order to accommodate the size of the bedrooms over there, to make them, instead of 7 or 8 feet, to make them where they're 12 feet. So this is the type of function that we're doing, and it's into the alley. All of this is on Gene Brown's property. It's just 5 feet of the 10 feet, and out from it, and I'm going to give you some maps of this. that out from it is a stone fence is going to be on the property line. So all this is going to be, there's going to be the alley, the 30-foot alley, and certainly there's no impingement, infringement, or reduction in the health or safety of the services to be provided by the county in terms of that alley. Then the stone fence, then there's the 10-foot, first 10 feet of Gene Brown's property on the alley, and this is just 15 feet high extending over there. So that's an important consideration. This is not a use variance. The document that I think that Attorney Michael Schuler gave you there deals with use ordinances, use variances and all kinds of things. This is just a allowance, more in the nature of a practical allowance as it relates to the variance, not one that would be a hardship type thing. So we're showing the practical type allowance of it. But I wanted to go ahead and also give you copies, 1, 2, 3, 4. There are a few extra copies there.
Need one for the clerk.
So these are copies of the plans. So we've got the consent part, and that was a concern. Number 2, we're talking about the plans, and one of the items was that there were steps. Now, there were some steps that actually went into the ground space, and those have been eliminated. So that's not a concern anymore. So the only concern at this particular point is the 15 feet in the air, the 5-foot cantilever out of the part of the building near the alley. And that's it. It's 15 feet up, so you'll see from the documents there where the bushes along the side, along the back, or I guess it's the top of this document, and we'd like to have all of those consents and these documents made a part of the record, please. If you'll note that, Attorney Schuler. So these are where those bushes are. I guess they're bushes, trees, or whatever, is along the alley there. So you see that, and it says 6-foot by 6-foot tall stone privacy fence. So that separates all that, and then there's the area of the setback. This is all on. As you go down the page, it's all on Gene Brown's property. So that's something that we wanted to focus on there. It's not anything now but the 15 foot in the air encroachment or easement that goes out, or the extension into the 10-foot setback. That's all on Gene Brown's property still. So that is, those maps show that, and that's really the only thing I believe that it was left technically to be able to get to the variance and get that. So it's all on his property within the fence that's within that there's fence on the boundary line. It's there's an air extension, not a ground extension, into the setback. The airspace extension is, by case law and by the county's references, more liberally and leniently treated when it comes to variances, and it's apparently this is recognized by the city in their variance. One of the easements, excuse me, not easement, ordinances that they have is and I have to find it here. Here we go. Ordinance number 2018-01 is actually an ordinance that actually deals with this type of thing. Now, this deals with roof eaves and overhangs that do not extend more than 30 inches from the outer face of a wall allowed to intrude in the airspace of the required setback. So in 2018, the county did an ordinance regarding overhangs into the setbacks, and this is setbacks into anyone, but we're just talking about the one in the alley here. So it overhangs, and so setbacks of 30 inches from the face of the wall, almost 3 feet, are not considered a problem. And the reason they're not on these particular ones is this overhang is in the air. So we see the lenient treatment that's given this by the county and is actually followed in the land development rules and type of substantive case law, that there's a more lenient attitude on the practical application with respect to an overhang or an airspace extension into the setback. So this is not, so that 30 feet, even though it may extend into the setback, is not considered a variance, no variance required by this ordinance. And I think that that's one of the evidences by the county as to how this is done. Of course, if you go on, you guys are well-traveled and you know your territory and you know how many other places there are that have extensions actually into the alley itself. We have pictures of them. I'm not getting into that. But this particular one is actually on his property, and I don't think it's something that is a real problem for him to get this, to be able to maintain it, because he's only building those 4 units. He's not doing 5 units. He has 5 lots. He's using that other lot to meet the requirements of the, the environmental and all the other requirements that the code requires him to do. So, so if you take this allowance of this ordinance, and it's about 30 inches, which is about 3 feet, so we only got about a little more than 2 feet that we're talking about here, as it relates to an extension that is looked at by the county. And like I said, it's still on his property, doesn't involve any safety or health problem. It's inside the fence, and so this would just be a little over 2 feet more of the property into the setback owned by Gene Brown. And there's no restriction on safety or really, and I'll have the people answer your question, Commissioner Ward, on the access to the alleyway, the safety, the sanitary, all the health, all of those are taken care of. In fact, they went a great deal to take care of all of that over the year or so that they went through and talked with Mark Currington and did all the due diligence that they felt like, and did not have any objection to doing this until we got to this particular point in the variance to the Board of Adjustment. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over really to Gene Brown.
Just
go ahead.
Don't move it just yet, Mr. Floyd.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Yes.
All right, thank you. The county ordinance and the case law that you were just referencing, do you have copies of those that I could review?
I do.
Would you?
Yeah, I do. I don't have the actual, well, I do think I do have the case. I do have a case, but I do have the statute. I mean, not the statute, but what we're talking about, the allowances and lenient. And there's let me get it for you. We'll get back over to you. I'll get it for you.
While he's looking for that, you can proceed with her testimony, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
so I want to ask a question to clarify, because you said both when you were there. Is that a city ordinance or a county ordinance?
County ordinance.
Because you said city to begin with.
I said city? I'm
Yes, you
sorry.
did, sir.
I guess I'm
I'm just
related
making sure
back.
what we're talking about here.
I probably related back when I get over here. That's usually what I was talking about. So
It's all good.
County ordinance.
It's all
Thank
good.
you. Yeah, it's a county ordinance, and that's the one that I referenced there.
Yeah.
So it's 2018-01. I have a copy of that, and that's what we're saying. It actually evidences, we say, the leniency of the boards and the county commissions and such when it deals with a extension in by the upper areas, airway extension. So they've actually gone through and said, you know, we're not going to consider an extension of the eave, of the roof eaves, et cetera, into this space as a as an encroachment at all.
Right.
We're not going to require anybody to get any for that variance.
Right,
So-
but we're not talking about roof eaves, are we?
No, we're talking
Yeah.
about building. I'm just
That's
saying
right.
that, you know, it's airspace. And
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to make a delineation between a ground interference.
Yes, sir.
Or extension and an airspace extension.
Yes,
And
sir.
that seems to be treated more liberally and more leniently
Yes, sir.
by the folks that handle that, so.
Yep.
All right, and so we'd like to have Mr. Gene Brown come up, and he may be, like I already put him in his category of Florida Dave, but he may need to sit down over here.
Yeah.
And do his testimony.
So, Mr. Floyd, copies of the ordinance, the county ordinance and the case law you referenced, do you have those for me?
I have the county ordinance right here, but I have to go back and look up the case law.
Let me get that ordinance, I'll make some copies.
We need to move that microphone too, Michael.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
I'm ready. Were you going to ask me some questions, or?
Couple questions just to kind of lead you into this. Okay.
The pickup on that
Give us
mic
your
is
na-
bad.
Give us your name.
Gene Brown.
Okay, Gene, what is the address that this deals with over on St. George Drive?
The main address is 139 West Gulf Beach Drive.
And what have you done to meet every aspect
We're not
of
in
the
court.
requirements? In particular, address the necessity of the 5-foot airspace extension into the 10-foot setback on your property from the alley for the 4 units.
Well, I started off, I hired the best architect and best land planner I could find about 2 years ago. And my instruction to them was to comply with all the laws, ordinances, regulations, fire codes, everything. And we've been working with Mark Cureton until he retired, and now with Justin. We've probably had 6 or 8 meetings, both in Tallahassee and here. And we have complied with everything except when we got right down to it, even though we were able to get the footprint of the base building within all the setback requirements of the county, we found that there just wasn't enough room to build marketable, saleable units, 4 of them, on that space. And so I discussed with Mark and others that we needed this variance. Of course, he didn't say we were entitled to it, but he and I both know that variances are often granted. And I did kind of follow Bill Thomas. He's a good friend of mine, and we've developed some stuff side by side. And in fact, I looked at the property he bought, but he bought lots 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Mr. Brown, we're not here to discuss anybody else's variance today but yours.
We're not doing what?
We're not discussing everybody else's variance. We're here about your variance.
Well, I'm not entitled to say.
You can say what you want to, but we're not here to discuss other variances. We're here to discuss your variance.
Well, my only point is if I can maybe come at it from a different
Yes,
point of
sir.
view. I'm not sure exactly what a hardship means in this context, but I think it's a hardship not to be able to develop your property up to the highest and best use. And I'm entitled to build 4 units on these 5 lots. Bill Thomas was entitled to build 4 units on 5 lots, but the only way he was able to do it was y'all gave him a 20-foot variance on one side and a 5-foot variance on the other side. So if it was a hardship, if it wasn't a hardship for him, I don't know why it is for me. So you know, you gave him a whole nother lot. If he didn't get those 25 feet variances, he would not have been able to build 4 units. He could have built 3 units. Just like if I can't get this variance, then I won't be able to build my units. Because the bedrooms on that back side, they're 12 feet now, but if you take 5 feet off of that, you're talking about a 7-foot bedroom. They're king-size beds that big.
Yeah.
And, you know, I can't sell units if the bedroom is the size of a closet or a storage unit. And so the planning board turned it down because there wasn't enough of a hardship. Well, I think it's a hardship not to be able to develop your property to the highest and best use in accord with the local laws and ordinances. And if other people are able to develop their property to the highest and best use by ordinances, in the case next door, he got 25 feet of ordinances. And as Pat pointed out, I didn't even know about this ordinance till yesterday. That's why I hired a smart lawyer to find these things out. But when you boil this all down, all we're talking about is a 2-foot variance 15 feet in the air on my property behind a stone wall 6 or 8 feet tall. I don't see how that could affect the public interest at all. And as far as the fire protection that Commissioner Ward asked about, there's plenty of room in the 25 feet west of my property in that driveway for a fire truck to pull in there. So a fire truck can get access to this property on 3 different sides. They can pull up right between the buildings. And we've discussed all that with the land planners and the fire people and regulators. So bottom line is we've done everything reasonable and hired the best expert, the best architect, best land planner. And my instruction, as I said, was to comply with all the laws, rules, and regulations. And we've done that over a 2-year period. And now we're down to an issue, in my mind, as Pat explained, we're down to an issue of 2 feet variance, 15 feet up in the air behind a stone wall on my property. And how that's a problem, I don't see that, not in light of all that I know. I mean, I ride around the island and.
Gene, let me hold you up a bit.
Okay.
So what did you do to get additional property to meet the requirements here of the density?
Well, when we started working on it, I had the 5 lots, but we found out because of the pervious requirements, the green space requirements, number 1, and also the requirements from the health department for a site of a certain size for septic tanks. We couldn't get the sewer septic tank treatment and all on the 5 lots. So I bought a 25-foot lot across the street, and I got a sewer permit from the county for that, and I got easements. The county commission gave me, this county commission gave me 1 or 2 easements for the pipes going across the alley. And then in order to also add additional green space, I added 2 half lots to the site plan, which provides more green space and more pervious area. This was all, I did all that in order to meet the requirements, the technical requirements, rather than asking for a variance.
So what would that end up? Thank you. All right. What did that end up doing as far as being able to utilize these other lots? Was that just to meet the technical requirements of pervious space, et cetera?
No.
Or are you building on those other lots?
I'm not building on those other lots, but
But you
I'm-
could, if you
I-
did shotgun houses, you could build on them,
I
right?
could build shotgun houses on those lots, and I could build 7. I was entitled to build 7 shotgun houses here, I suppose. That's what other people are doing. But I'm asking to build a total of 6 units, 6 condo units on 7 lots.
No,
We've already
actually-
got 2. We need to build 4 more.
You're asking to build 4 on
4
5 lots.
On 5 lots.
Instead of 5 shotgun houses on 5 lots, you have to build 4 for 5 lots, and you need the other lot to be able to meet the requirements of pervious surface, et cetera.
Yeah, and the sewer was a consideration. I would just run it up, it was too tight, so I just bought that property across the street and got the county easements to run the lines over there.
Okay.
And then we still had a pervious technical problem with the green space, so I added 2 other half lots. So it's a total of 7 lots, actually.
Right, and you submitted all this and worked with Mark Currington for that, the previous
We worked with
plan.
Mark Curtin for a year and a half. My daughter, who was gonna move down here and take over the water company and run this, she met with Mark Curtin first, she and Nita Mosby. And then I met with him over the next year and a half. And, you know, they're just, as all of you know, there are numerous, dozens, scores of rules and regulations that have to be met. And here we are, and I'm down to asking your forbearance on a 2-foot variance, 15 feet in the air on my property. We're not asking anything unreasonable or substantial.
All right, and where is this in relation to the fence? And where is the fence that's allowed?
The fence is right on the alley. We're gonna build a stone masonry type or brick fence on the alley. And all the other property back to my east, starting with BJ's Pizza and the Realty Company and all, those owners all have fences right on the alley, and I'm gonna extend and I'm gonna have a fence also. So fire trucks and access to the alley is not an issue. And then we've got access along my building to the west for ingress and egress for a fire truck or anything else.
Okay.
So this plan has been developed and studied by the best architects and land planners that I could find. And it's met all the requirements, as I said, except 2 feet, 15 feet in the air on my property.
All right, Gene, and who was it that you hired? Is she here, Gina Tulo Williams, the planner?
She was my land planner, and Matt Schlesinger in Tallahassee, the architect who did these plans that we've got here.
All right, and you asked her to go through the information to meet the planning and zoning requirements, as well as the dot the i's and cross the t's to be able to get this particular variance, right?
Yeah, she can tell you. I mean, my instruction to the architect and to her was to comply with all the rules and regulations. I mean, I've got about 55 years of experience trying to develop in this county, and I've learned one thing: comply with the rules and you get along better. And I've tried my best to do that. And I've tried to do what's best for the island. And I think this will be an addition to the island, a good addition.
Okay. We'd like to, I'd like to turn it over to any questions you might have of Gene Brown. If not, I'll go to Gina that she wanted to. Go ahead.
I have questions if the board doesn't.
Okay, go ahead.
May I proceed? Okay. Hi, Mr. Brown, Michael Schuler, I'm the county
Yes, sir.
attorney. I have a question for you. I'm going to restate what I think I heard you say, but I want you to tell me whether I'm right or wrong in what I'm
Okay.
restating. In terms of if you don't get the 5-foot air encroachment for the 2 bedrooms facing the alley, those 2 bedrooms would be 7 feet long, is that?
Roughly, I haven't, 1/8 of an inch is a foot. I just scaled it off a little bit. Looks like the bedrooms now are about 12 or 13 feet on that back alley side. And if you cut 5 feet off, you've got a 7-foot bedroom, and it also cuts out, if you notice there, it would cut out one entire bath. We've got a small half bath with each bedroom. You wouldn't be able to have that bathroom, and you'd have Pat referred to it as a closet, more like a storage room.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I understood
Okay.
what the facts were.
All right.
Commissioners, any
Do
questions?
y'all have any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't know we were going into a quasi-judicial hearing, but I do see 44 feet, our height limit's 47 feet. You did answer the question about the fire trucks and safety. A question for you, Mr. Brown, is do you, on these parcels that you described, you're gonna be placing the septic systems and the additional 2 parking spots, are all of these parcels under your name?
Yes, ma'am. All this property is in my name. It's either in my name or mine and my wife's name, who's here today, tends to buy the entirities, which is like one entity.
Okay.
If that's a problem, she can sign a deed before we adjourn. And I'll own them all.
And Commissioner Ward, to address your point, as Mr. Steele has pointed out and was discussed during the Planning and Zoning Commission, assuming that the board were to grant approval of this project as requested, one of the conditions would be that they unify the title so that these lots cannot be separated out and have, because you're essentially consuming all the buildable and usable space on the properties proposed. So whether it's in Corporation A or some combination of Corporation A and their individual names, one of the conditions, again, if the board moves forward with approval, is they would have to unify this and all of these lots under one title, which could not be severed in the future.
And I'm willing to work with Mr. Schuler in whatever legal entity he wants to suggest, either in my name or in a LLC or a corporation, and with covenants that the land cannot be subdivided, just like when I developed St. George's Plantation. Mike's daddy made us put in a covenant, you can't divide any of those lots down there, and we've never been able to. And we're saying the same thing here. I don't intend to try to do anything else with this property. And I'm willing to set that up legally with Mike to make sure that can't happen.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else have any questions? Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you.
Okay, next we'd like to have Gina Tulo Williams, the planner, come up and testify or provide information, let's say.
Hey, Ms. Williams.
Good day. My name's Gina Tulo Williams. I'm with Tulo Planning Group. I'm helping or representing Mr. Brown with the site plan submittal and variance. We have had, like he mentioned, there's been quite a bit of history with the project based on trying to accommodate the zoning regulations and the applicable setbacks and things. So he's done a lot of the discussion I was going to provide for the hardship, but was just going to go through real quickly because I think that was one of your questions, which is how does it meet the hardship of the ordinance. And so there's special conditions, circumstances. I'm going to go through A through F. I'll try to be brief. If you don't have those in front of you all, I can read the whole entire document, but okay. So on the letter A, the special conditions and circumstances that this property was previously platted. The platting was existing with the 5 lots, and then the other lots that we've been addressing on Pine that he purchased. We have a flood elevation that has and will continue to change over the years. That has required various site constraints to the development of the property for his uses. We have existing grades that are a certain situation, the elevations that are required for floodplain elevation requirements, and existing constraints, which is getting in and out of the property, in addition to the existing building. So the structure of the land, there's I think we meet multiple areas of that particular section. B, the special conditions and circumstances are not a result of the action of the applicant. He didn't create the flood elevations. The property has the certain restrictions, and I'm glad someone mentioned about the height. We are dealing with a height restriction too, which is part of the zoning. So 47 is, you're not supposed to exceed that. We have a grade that has to go up in the air to accommodate the flood elevation. So in essence, we're being kind of sandwiched, which is pushing the building out, versus if we were to just take that square footage that we're encroaching on the setback and be able to go up, we would then conflict with a height restriction of the ordinance. So there's quite a few different constraints on the site that are not allowing the reasonable uses of the property, or the zoning of the property. Letter C is the granting and variance requested will not confer with the applicant any special privilege. We're not asking for allowable, we're not asking for uses that are not allowable. We're trying to develop it in a mixed use manner with the which has already been mentioned, that he's reducing or not going to build all the units he's allowed, and the fact that he has bought additional green space to accommodate the development of the four units versus 5, which is the number of lots. The similar variance was allowed to the neighbor, which he is, and I think we've included a survey that shows that his entire building is in it's on the whole entire portion of the setback that is adjacent to our property that we're dealing with right now. Letter D, the literal interpretation, I think also, I don't want to repeat everything that's already been done, but the soffits of roofs have been noticed on previous projects, that the typical situation where we don't have a soffit. In this situation, we have a vertical wall that's a portion of the building, but the actual foundation of the building is not in the 10-foot setback. It's actually been pushed all the way in, but we did that with structural technology that allowed for the cantilever to be the only portion that encroaches into the setback by 5 feet or so. We have also met all the other building setbacks on the property. Letter E, the variance granted is a minimum variance. Again, we've gone back and forth since almost, I think it was 2022, we started with the architect, and we've looked at all kinds of opportunities. And we have squished and moved and configured this lot, or this proposed layout, to best fit this property. And so we have actually performed that by doing that, by complying with all the other setbacks. There's also fire access codes, which the architect has designed to accommodate from existing buildings and roadways and so forth, and access points too, which I think was one of the questions that the commissioner had. Letter F, the grant of the variance is in harmony with the general intent. There's similar setback that have been accommodated for this use. We don't, accessory uses can go in these setbacks. We're not even proposing that in terms of like AC units and things like that. We're actually gonna put them in another location that's hidden. And he mentioned that we're not proposing all the units that are allowable per the lots we have. We've also designed the stormwater system to be in full force for the whole entire lot, which means the existing building, which was built quite some time ago, had less minor stormwater requirements. the stormwater facility, and I think you should have all that information, but it's actually been permitted through DEP by the civil engineer that we have a stormwater system that's going to actually hold more, 97% impervious requirements for the 25-year, 24-hour event. So he's gone above and beyond for that. We're allowed 80% impervious on this project. We're only providing like 65.3, I think, is what the number ended up being. So we're actually having much less impervious and more green than his zoning would allow him. The architect, I think the process took the time it did is because we were trying to be the owner and the architects were trying to be creative in how they address this, and by doing a facility with shared walls seemed to be a really good approach to the situation at hand. His square footage for his units is no more than the ones in the surrounding area. I think the shotgun houses next door, we're calling them shotguns, they're actually in the 2,000 to a little bit over 2,000 range. We're way below that for his units. 3 bedrooms, and then some of Mr. Brown's proposes 2 bedrooms, and then some of them are 3 bedrooms, which are not anywhere exceeding any of the surrounding areas. I think your other question was the parking. So we're actually showing 1 additional parking space that's above the code requirement. So we have a parking space for our office use, and then we have parking spaces per the code requirements for each residential unit, and then there's 1 left over. So we are showing them in close proximity of the property as much as possible, and the distance for the ones across the alley should be accommodating for other code requirements too, in terms of like fire, accessibility and things like that for building code things. So I can provide I have been working on this with him for quite some time now. We had a couple of stops because of, hurricanes or whatever, but we've been working on this for quite some time, and the architect has put in a lot of effort to make this an asset to the community.
Anyone have any questions?
Commissioners, I'd like to jump in as rebuttal.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. So the applicant has provided you with a alternative site plan that has not been reviewed by staff or the Planning Commission. So what I'm going to see is going to be based off of the original site plan and the request for variance. The variance, whether it's the new one or the old one, the language in the code that they're referring to, the ordinance, states that roofs and eaves and overhangs that do not extend more than 30 inches from the outer face of the exterior wall are allowed to intrude into the airspace, the required setback. The outer face of the wall is within that 5 feet. So that still would count towards the entire request for variance of 5 feet. Mr. Brown stated that the reason for this is that he wanted to make sure that the property was marketable and sellable. That goes into the consideration of Paren B regarding special variances. Special conditions and circumstances are not the result of an action by the applicant. If the applicant cannot find a use that would be marketable or sellable with meeting the county standards, then perhaps the applicant should revise his site plan to meet the standards. And then the site plan portion will deal with when you're ready to.
Thank you, Mr. Steele.
Question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
On the lots that the 2 additional parking spots are to be, that's not on the same lot that the septic is going to go, is it?
It is.
can you park vehicles on a top of a septic system?
They're not on top, they're adjacent to it.
So I want to ask a question based on the conversation or the discussion that Mr. Steele just brought forward. And I'm not trying to be any way, is what we're looking at today what was looked at last week by the P&Z board? Or has
Yes.
it been revised?
Yes, there has been an additional plan that the attorney has in front of him that just shows that we could revisit if we needed to, the grading of that northern portion of the property and eliminate steps. So again, we're up in the air 3 feet. And so there is a required access on that side of the building that is required by the building code. So that building code requirement, which requires an egress, had a landing and steps to get it back down to the finished grade of the rest of the site. So the architect revisited that and said he could remove those steps. You can't remove the access. We need that for fire access requirements or egress requirements. But the steps, we could grade it and manipulate that area so it would just be graded. Could be grass or a gravel walkway or whatever, but it wouldn't have to have concrete type steps.
Okay, let me ask in another way. Is what we're looking at today what was presented to the planning and zoning last week, or has it been changed?
It is the same.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
We don't have any further, we'd like to have those documents made part of the
You speak into the mic. Folks online can't hear you.
Okay. Thank you. We don't have anything further. We would like to have those documents entered into the record, and we request respectfully that this particular variance, since it deals with the alley, it's in the air, it's not on the ground, that's the reason the steps are not there, that it's something that falls within the province of this commission to be able to grant the variance for. And I think given the work that's been done with the Planning and Zoning Board of Franklin County and with Miss Gina over here, that it's something that is going to be, this is the only way they can configure this and be able to utilize just 4 units on 5 lots, which is in and of itself a duress or hardship in terms of my thinking, because you're not developing the entire lot, and it's saving some space for the county. So we think those things are all in favor of it. And like I said, I think the Planning and Zoning Board was focused on quite a bit the details, as they're supposed to, but also on the consent of the landowners around. So we have that. So we'd ask that that be granted, and with the idea that this is all going to be bundled into one unit. All the density and land uses of this are used, and that would be all dedicated for that, so they would not be able to be sold to somebody else separately and used by that. So Mr. Brown's in agreement with all that. Thank you.
Before we go to public comment, I do have a question. Just looking at the plans that are presented here, this is going to be a combination of residential and commercial space, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Turner Schuler, would that require them doing a commercial site plan review? If there's commercial space there? I know it's all C4, but if they're having more than just residential, they're putting commercial space there, does that require commercial site plan review?
That's probably more of a Justin question. They have submitted to the county their plans, and those plans have been reviewed.
Okay.
If there's any additional review that's been required, then we need to know, but
I'm just making sure we're checking all the boxes. I'm not trying to hard time anybody.
Yes, sir. No, I think that box has been checked.
Okay.
I mean,
That's all
I
I'm
have great confidence that that issue would have been raised if the planner was concerned about that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay.
That's sorry, I just wanted to ask because of that.
And now, public comment? Unless
Yes.
the board has any further questions.
Yeah, do you have any further questions before we go to public comment?
I do, but I would like to hear public comment first, if that's
Okay.
okay, Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Ms. Sanders, if you would unmute.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Barbara Sanders, resident of the island, citizen. Don't want to repeat some things that the commissioners have already said, but it seems to me the way this needs to be resolved is step one, is there grounds for a variance? The planner went through the ABCs, but number one, it says it would have to result in an unnecessary and undue hardship. I don't know that this county has ever said that maximizing one's profit would qualify for that. And as you all have already pointed out, all you have to do is shrink the building, and then you don't even need a variance. The other issue that the planner didn't address in your section, it's section 315.04, subparagraph C, subparagraph 4, it says that non-conforming use of neighboring lands, structures, or buildings in the same zoning district, and no permitted use of those lands, structures, or buildings shall be considered grounds for authorization of a variance. And I think when you wrote the code, it was to say we might have messed up and somebody else maybe did get something they shouldn't have, but we're not going to continue to repeat that mistake. So there's no hardship here. Now, if you do find a hardship, I request that you send it back to P&Z for the very questions that you all have just asked. I went to the P&Z meeting, the documents that were presented at that meeting, and that addresses what you had asked, Mr. Jones, they were illegible. You couldn't tell exactly where anything like stormwater or septic, et cetera, was going. And at 10:18 this morning, I did get an email from your planner with the more clear drawings, and I haven't had a chance to really look at them. But the answer to your question is it's different. They removed the stairs, and now they're asking about a cantilever. At P&Z, they were focusing on the stairs and not the cantilever. Mr. Brown at the P&Z said he had a septic permit for this new building. I tried to locate it, and septic permits are hard to find because they switched from Department of Health to DEP, but I didn't, in the county documentation that's been submitted to your planner, there's nothing of record. I've asked, they didn't send me anything of record. That shows that 4 new residential units plus office spaces undetermined from downstairs would be able to be used in this current septic system. Likewise with stormwater, the new documents submitted today are a little more clear. They're having some kind of underneath the ground stormwater to the west. And again, I'm not an expert planner or drawer, but that's what it looks like. But that's also where your parking is, along that edge. The county's fixing to put in, I don't know how many millions of dollars to fix the drainage downtown. Thank you very much. But we can't continue to exacerbate those problems. So you're fixing to add a new big roof here that has a lot of storm water. Your planner, I don't think, has had a chance to really look at that storm water. The application itself that has been submitted is not clear. It says that they are asking for a variance for the 4 lots only. It does not, the application doesn't talk about the lot across the street. There is a provision in your zoning code also for C2 and C4. And quite frankly, I think this is probably multifamily and is in C5, for which there is no zoning. He wants to condo this, which makes it multifamily. We don't have that zoning in this area. But both sections, C2 and C4, for minimum lot size, say no minimum lot size or lot area per unit. However, existing lots may not be subdivided. So what this applicant is doing, he already has a building that fronts West Gulf Beach Drive, which is 2-story, office below and 2 units above, that he has condoed. And now he wants to subdivide the lots basically and use the back half of them and 2 lots across the street. And I'm not clear whether he's trying to use the back half of 2 other lots across the street. This property contains the St. George Water Company's tower. So Ms. Ward, you probably saw when you drove out there, a lot of this is underneath the big tower, and the water company for sure owns the half of 2 of those lots that front on the alley to the east. The cover letter, which was presented in the P&Z package, talks about this vertical and horizontal constraint that the planner just, not your planner, but Mr. Brown's planner just addressed. And I guess what they're gonna do is bring in a lot of fill. Again, that has not been addressed by your staff, and you need more time if you're gonna find a variance, which I also don't think you should do. Mr. Jones, you pointed out 2018-18, or Mr. Schuler, both of you, that's just for roofs. It doesn't also really talk about commercial. We had a meeting, and I did not go back and find the minutes, where the issue came up in discussion about cantilevering, and this board declared, Mr. Jones, I believe, was the declarer, that setbacks do include any cantilevers, because otherwise, in theory, he could build the wall of that building out to the middle of the alley and not ask your permission, because it's not an encroachment under what I think I heard them say. The other thing that they said in their cover letter, and I think on this new drawing, they're talking about using the alley right of way as landscaping. This is an issue your staff needs to address, because landscaping means one thing to one person and something else to another. To me, it means grass. We have places on the island that have been landscaped with obstructive large boulders, which I think creates hazards, because if a child were to run out in front of you, you can't pull over on the shoulder of the road. If you get a flat tire, you can't pull off the road to fix your tire, the things we keep right-of-ways for. And I think what they're talking about is going right up to the edge of the alley. Now with a 6 or 8 foot fence, the drawing said, I think 6 foot, but Mr. Brown will probably want now an 8 foot fence. So that should be required to be natural. These things weren't reviewed by the P&Z because they denied the variance. I want to also quickly address the notice issue. One of the P&Z commissioners was concerned that no notice was given, because otherwise there might be other people who would be concerned and who would not be in favor of the variance. You have notice requirements in residential, and you've kind of got a hybrid residential commercial here. So if you're going to do the notice, that's a certified letter and everyone gets to come in, not just your buddy next door. I don't have a position on that because of the residential commercial aspect of this, but I don't think that selectively choosing your friends to come in and say that this is okay with them would qualify as any kind of notice. You've all made the same points that I would like to, or that I hope I've made. I want to just real quick look at, I would like a copy of that case law. And the issues with Mr. Thomas, again, Mr. Jones, I agree, we're here to look at this, but that's apples and oranges. Mr. Thomas, over my objection, did reduce his density from 9 to 11 lots. Mr. Brown has confused me on the math, as usual. It's either a 2 foot or 5 foot, but then suddenly the bedroom is 7 foot. But regardless, those are ruler questions that your planners need to look at before you add to further congestion, further runoff, and further septic problems in the center of the island. And with that, I would say thank you for your considered review of the issue, and I ask that you deny the variance because there's no hardship. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. Was there anyone else, Mr. Morone, that had their hand raised?
No, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a couple.
Who? Okay. Mr. Mason, did you have something you want to, during public comments?
I think Ms. Sanders covered it, and just like the time.
Oh, no, come on forward. Sorry, let's do it the right way.
Thank you, Mason Bean, Concerned Citizens. Hey, listen, this is crazy. She finally brought up that there's already structure. This property is already developed. If they were on 5 empty lots, it would be a great plan and there'd be no issues. But are we going to say, okay, now you can develop the north half of your lots and subdivide them? No, it's bad. I hope you'll heed the planning and zoning and deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I got a couple follow-up questions. Yes. Based on the multifamily zoning, Justin, does that, since it is multiple family units, does that go against the zoning code and what the current zoning of the property is?
No. So that would allow for mixed-use development, which is what this would become because you have commercial on the bottom and residential on the top.
Okay, even though it's 4 units instead of 1 unit, it still complies?
Correct.
Okay. Another question. The schematic that you put up earlier in the meeting, is that different from, and I know the applicant already answered, but I want you to answer because I saw you kind of shake your head a little bit. I want you to, was that what was presented to P&Z?
So what was presented to P&Z is what is in your folder. I requested a clearer copy from the applicant because I could not read what was on the sheets provided. What was provided was what I received as part of their application packet. However, I was sure that you all would not be able to read this at the scale that is in your packet. So I requested from the applicant. I sent it over to Ms. Sanders because she requested any documentation that I had regarding this, and whatever was presented to you today as the handout is what I have not seen.
And you're referring to, Justin, what I believe it was Mr. Floyd that handed to us? You haven't seen this? This packet here?
Correct.
Referring to?
I believe not.
Okay.
Anything that removes the stairs, I have not seen.
And this is removing the stairs. No, it says existing stairs.
Existing.
I think that okay, let me just say a couple things. When we say hardship, you know, when I was reviewing all this and researching and contacting county staff and Attorney Schuler, I was asking what a hardship was. And I'm gonna be honest, I was kind of on the fence about this, but what brought it home for me was in our Franklin County zoning code, and I do understand what Ms. Sanders commented on at number 4, but I was looking at number C and number D, which is The literal interpretation of this ordinance would deprive the applicant of any rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the same zoning district under the terms of this ordinance, and would work unnecessarily undue hardship on the applicant. And then that granting the variance request will not confer on the applicant any special privilege is denied by this ordinance to other lands, buildings, or structures in the same zoning district. I kind of looked at as a flip-flop on some of the other stuff that we have granted. If we're going to grant variances, we're going to grant variances. If we're not, we're not. I know the public, we were given these forms about the neighboring people saying it was okay. Me as a commissioner, I'm speaking on behalf of me, I don't look at, I take public comment to heart. I do. I respect everybody's decision and what they have to say. But at the end of the day, my decision is based on, does this comply with our zoning codes? Does this comply with our land comp plan? That's why I look heavily to our county staff, our planners, Justin and Bree, our building inspector, you know, people that are knowledgeable about this type of stuff. That's how I make my decision, is based on that. And that's kind of where I derive how I come to conclusions with some things. I do say, though, if Justin has not seen, if there's any difference in any site plan or, you know, anything that we have that's different that the planners have not had a chance to look at, me personally, I feel like it's only fair that Justin takes a look at what we were given today so that he can make sure that, because I'm just going to ask you this, Justin, as it stands right now, and I know you haven't seen what they presented today, as the planner, does this conform to things we voted on in the past, our current zoning code, our land comp plan? Is there any reason why this should be denied?
So this is really a legislative decision that would have to be made by the board. My recommendation, based on hearing the testimony, I have not heard anything that would say it's a hardship in terms of the property could not be developed at all. It just could not be developed in the format in which they currently want to develop it in. So the short answer would be, my recommendation would be not to approve the variance.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? Concerns?
A couple things from me, Mr. Chairman, if y'all were finished with your deliberations.
Yep.
First, Mr. Floyd, do you have the case law that you had mentioned? Because I can't advise my board on considering case law that you've mentioned but not identified or provided.
Yeah, and I think, let me make sure I clarify that. The statute, the ordinance.
Please come to the microphone. Sorry. I want to make sure we're hearing.
Clarify that. So the ordinance is, and I mentioned that it was more leniently and applied when it came to a aerial extension rather than on ground. And the cases that I looked at, and it was more in the terms of the treatises, dealt with on the ground variances as opposed to in the air. And then I transferred over to the actual ordinance to utilize the thought that it's more leniently dealt with because the actual ordinance that you have allows with roofs, eaves, and overhangs an additional 30 inches. And so that evidence, that's the basis of my reference that it's more leniently dealt with than on the ground, because they didn't talk about you could do it on the steps or anything like that, which is the reason why we eliminated the steps. That was something that is no different on the particular map. It's just that they referenced in the planning and zoning there was going to be a problem, and so that particular one was eliminated. So that's the basis of the reference. And I don't have the case or the citation for any particular cases except the ones that reference on the ground. They continue to do that. So that's my answer to that. And I think that Gina has some answers to some of the questions that were raised, if you'll allow her that information, that opportunity.
Just to go through the items Ms. Sanders mentioned, and with regards to the hardship, he's not maximizing his profit. He's already indicated that he's losing a unit, and he had to buy additional land to accommodate green space requirements. And actually, those green space accommodate above and beyond what he's required by the zoning code. So it's a reasonable use, and the issue of taking the language up from the hardship, how you comply with the hardship requirement, it says literal language. And I think Mr. Floyd was mentioning that there's been some issues with roof overhangs, and that's why that was brought into the whole scenario of, you know, everyone sees there's a problem with that setback requirement, and to accommodate that, he was trying to get it to the spot. He was trying to accommodate all the other setbacks and the height restrictions and so forth. So he's not trying to get a maximized profit by any stretch of the means based on what we've presented. And just to confirm, all the information that you have in front of you was submitted in the original application. It had a stormwater application that has been approved by DEP. Is a grading plan that shows the grades, and the finished floor elevations are on all the plans. DEP has already approved it, and we're actually, as I mentioned earlier, we're providing additional stormwater for existing structures, so we're not adding to any stormwater issues on the island. We're actually improving it with our site. The water tower is not anywhere near what we're proposing in terms of new improvements. And we're not trying to propose anything new today. That was a suggestion of how we could help with the variance issue. But the stairs were looked at by the architect, and he came up with an option, but that wasn't meant to be a revision to what we've submitted, unless you feel it would be helpful.
So the current plans that we have right here, is this what was presented? I know it's been asked several times.
Except for that
Very
handout
unclear.
that, if you hold it up, I'll confirm.
This right here.
That is showing same exact building, same footprint,
Has the stairs.
except without stairs.
It said existing stairs.
That's for the other building.
So on the alley part.
Okay.
So the alley part is where we're trying to get a variance for the 10-foot setback, encroaching it by 5 feet. The steps on that north side, which that lead to or by the alley, is part of that encroachment. And so the architect suggested that this could be an option to alleviate part of the variance request. And so that narratives and all the information we provided in the original documents to everyone included information regarding the cantilever and the steps and how we're trying to meet all the fire access issues and code requirements. And we're not proposing anything in the, I'm not sure how you would be able to develop in the alley if you don't own the alley. Our property line is what we're dealing with. So we propose, and it's showing on the site plan, that if it would be liked by the staff or whoever, but we were going to landscape his part of the property, not the alley.
Mr. Chairman, may I continue? Okay. The reason I was asking for any case law is Mr. Floyd had mentioned that in his presentation. And I'm going to say this with love and humor in my heart, but I'm going to tell him the same thing I heard Judge Russell tell Attorney Jan Heavier years ago. Now, Jan, you can't cite yourself as authority. So if we don't have the case law, we can't consider it.
Sure.
Regarding ordinance 2018-01, since it's been discussed, I've had a chance to review it. I also want to point out to the board there's additional language in that county ordinance in addition to the eaves and overhangs, which it does authorize. I mean, it says roof eaves and overhangs that do not extend more than 30 inches from the outer face of the exterior wall are allowed to intrude into the airspace of the required setback. It says what he says it says, but that's not all it says. It says the area between with that exception duly noted, otherwise the area between the property boundaries and the setback lines as established by zoning districts will be maintained as undeveloped open space exclusive of driveways, vehicle parking, and fences. And there is a a theory of statutory interpretation that whenever you as a legislative body create a list of items which allow certain things, by implication, you are excluding everything else that's not listed. So I think it is fair to bring that to the board's attention. And since we're giving legal advice without citation, I will also add to that by saying that a financial hardship has never been a basis, for granting of a variance. It just never has been. So otherwise, I don't have anything to add from a legal standpoint, but I do, based on the board's questions back and forth about the documentation, would ask Mr. Steele, does he feel like he needs any additional information from this applicant regarding this application?
Not at this time, no.
Okay.
I
very
think
good.
that should the board approve the variance, then we have significant enough information to make a determination and recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Steele.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions? All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
I do have one question here. I'm bringing this up because Mr. Brown made the statement. And I don't know if this is for you, the planner, or the architects here, but in one of his statements, he said he instructed his people, I'm assuming you his people, to abide by all rules and laws. That's what he said. I guess my question is, if y'all went by everything or did everything correctly and abide by all the rules and laws versus, our zoning and code, probably wouldn't be before us. That's not a question, but my question is, I guess, why wasn't everything abide by? That's my question.
Okay, to answer that, I'll try my best. There is fire access separation requirements between between the existing and the proposed building. So we're accommodating those areas that are required for safety and public welfare. The setbacks on the sides were also accommodated. We are he took a configuration and tried to, one of the renditions had the building closer to the side setback, which would be to the east. We pulled it out of there to meet that 10-foot requirement. But by what that did, and I'm not the architect, but it configured it started cramping the bedrooms facility so much that we had to go extend past that 10-foot setback on the north side, which is the alley side. And that's why we couldn't meet that requirement. We felt that was the best solution out of all the other setbacks, height restrictions, finished floor elevations, having to be a certain elevation. We just felt like that was the most easiest to accommodate in terms of the least detriment to anything, and that the facility is on top of an access point anyway to get in and out of the building, that it's almost, creating a canopy for that doorway. So, which, you see canopies like that in lots of architectural facilities that, cover you when it's raining. And I'm not saying that that's what the architect did, but in my eyes, that's what it looks like. So we felt that it was one of the better solutions to accommodate not having enough room to apply the right square footage to the bedrooms. And we even cantilevered to the west as far as we could without impeding on fire truck access and parking area. That was also an area that we've addressed too.
Mr. Chairman, he's not here, but the cantilevers, the reason why they extend out was to basically make the units bigger.
We're at about, I mean, bigger as in, I think they were made to make a reasonable sized bedroom. We're at about, there's two sizes to the unit. The two of them are 1,600 square feet and they're north-south. And the other two are like 1,500 square feet north-south.
So could you technically, to prevent from having to ask or request a variance, could you on that one side just take the one cantilever out and make that unit smaller?
Because the bedrooms are all on, there's bedrooms on either side, so it's restrictive to do that. You cannot do that. And I think if you were to look at the architectural plan number in this document with the rendering on the front is the architectural plans, the schematic plans for the design. The page 10 shows the second floor, and page 11 shows, whoops, am I saying that right? Yeah, 10 and 11 show the second and third floor. So on the second floor, the bedrooms are and the restrooms are on the second floor, and they're on a certain size that had to accommodate, and that I'm gonna say the west side and the east side are slightly different, but these square footages are much less than what was offered on some of the more traditional shotgun homes. So, for example, I don't know if you're looking at page 10, but there's a bedroom on the left side that's actually cantilevering over the access in the driveway. It's not over the driveway, but it's on that side where the driveway comes into the property. And then it cuts back in and then extends back out to what is labeled as a primary bedroom. And those two primary bedrooms, the one on the left and the right, east and west, are both the areas where the cantilever is occurring on that alley side that we're requesting a variance.
More questions, or that answer questions?
I don't have any more
The
questions.
staircases and all those are code.
Question isn't there.
I'm not able to speak for the Florida Building Code.
Thank you. Any more questions, commissioners?
I do have one question. As a part of the attachment here, why was 116 West Pine on here? Anybody answer that?
I'm sorry, repeat that
116
question.
West Pine, why was that part of the attachment?
I can, well, go ahead, Attorney Schuler.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Mr. Chairman, I will say that there was a discussion brought up at the P&Z meeting about a questionable property appraiser map, which I know we can't go by that by legal record, but there was a question raised, and I don't know if Justin can elaborate on it too, about the potential property, and I think that's kind of where we were at with the unifying of the lots, I believe. Is that correct, Justin? Correct me if I'm wrong.
I am not sure. I'm looking for the file now.
Because you added it with your attachment, the lot, on the property appraiser, and that the owner was Water Management Services. And that's why I asked my question earlier, was all these lots owned by Mr. Gene Brown? That's kind of why I was asking that particular question. Because if you click on it, it takes you to the property appraiser's website. And I'm not trying to speak on behalf of the P&Z folks or Ms. Sanders, but I believe that's where that came from, because she had a question about the properties.
Yeah, I'm not sure where this document came from.
Well, it was uploaded. I wanted to know why it was uploaded.
That was submitted by Barbara.
But can anybody just upload anything?
No, sir.
Okay. I don't,
So part of the site plan package was a signed and sealed survey from the surveyor, and he did a boundary and topographic. So we're dealing with real-time dimensions. All these documents that you have in front of you have been accurately measured, and there should not be any discrepancies in the dimensions that we're showing.
Commissioner, if I may, I'm looking at the site plan that was held up. There's been discussion during the testimony that you've got two parcels of land, one's on the one side of the alley and another's on the other side of the alley. If you look at, and I'm just doing like deductive reasoning here, but some of the lots that are part of this configuration are fronting on what's labeled as West Pine Avenue. So that is most likely the cause of the reference to 124 West Pine Avenue, because there's you have two different clusters of property.
Right.
One fronting on West Pine, another fronting on Gulf Beach. That's the most probable explanation why there are two addresses listed on the agenda.
yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. And
Okay.
I'm gonna move on for a second after I make this statement. Said on the attachment, it say 116 West Pine, Frank County Property Appraisers Map requested the added documents by Public, Barbara Sanders.
Oh.
I wanted to know why that was.
At the P and Z meeting, that was submitted, and she asked for that to be part of the, thank you for that clarification, sir.
Which is what I said.
Yeah.
Essentially.
I'm sorry, Commissioners. Barbara Sanders, she spoke at the P and Z meeting, and she asked for that document to be entered as a public document as part of the record. Public submission, I'm sorry. So that came from the public, that document did.
And that's the dedicated space for the extra parking, correct?
No.
That's not?
That I couldn't answer that question.
I don't know why she submitted that, but the boundary survey that we provided was done by a registered surveyor who did the research.
But to me, on this, I mean, that was kind of a little bit questionable, like why that was in there. But I don't know the process. I mean, I don't know if that's normal practice, but.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Commissioner. So it's similar to when, like at the last meeting, I think the chairman read someone's email into the record.
Yeah.
It's basically the same thing. The public is offered, submit something as part of the record.
Understood.
Well, that threw me off too.
All right. If there are no more questions, what's the pleasure of the board?
So if we, Mr. Chairman, if we deny this, they can't have to come back, wait another year. They have to wait a year to come back to submit it again?
I don't know
or
if that's
how's that?
100% correct.
They cannot submit the same site plan for a 1 year period if there's a material change in the site plan, and of course I understand that's somewhat subjective, but if there's a substantial and material change in the site plan, there's not a 1 year waiting period because it's not the same plan. The board's policy is you don't want to deny an application and then, you know, they move one board 2 feet over, but it's, you know, 99.999% the same plan. You don't want that coming back a month later. But if they were to materially revise the site plan in some substantial way, then there is no 1 year waiting period.
And if we table, obviously to give, because I don't know if Justin, I feel like Justin needs to look at this. I don't know, and I don't want to, I'll get with him after about, I mean, we have to kind of go with what our county planner is saying too, but I don't know if his reasoning is for his recommendation to us is because he hasn't seen what was presented to us today, or if it
Well,
goes against everything.
That creates a problem, though. We should not be looking at anything that was not presented to
And that's
P&Z.
my concern. That's
So
my
if
concern.
anything in this was not presented to P and Z, that's mistake number one. Because we don't do that in Franklin County. Whatever our advisory board hears is what we hear. And we only take action based on what the advisory board saw. The point blank period. I don't care who it is. That's the way we operate.
Well, with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll tell you what we'll do. And I feel like, since we did not get, there's question of our P and Z getting the same information that we got, I feel like it would be prudent if we maybe tabled this, send it back to P and Z for their for their review, since they weren't presented what we were presented, and have them come back to us when it goes through P and Z. That's my recommendation. I don't know how the rest of the board feels.
Is that a motion or a recommendation?
I'm just kind of seeing what y'all think about it.
Are you talking about the current plan that we have right
Yeah.
here?
Well, what's been presented today, about however many hours that we've talked about it.
I don't think the stairs materially changes anything.
No, and we would like to, if the stairs, if that option that we presented with grading versus steps is a problem, we would like to just have you totally ignore that and retract that, and not make that be a problem to go back to the zoning.
Well, what I have a problem is what we have here today that we've been presented was not presented to our P and Z members. And that might be that might be the reason why they denied it. And I know our county planner and what his recommendation is, and I have to kind of go with what he says, but I'm trying to throw you guys, what the issue is we, as the chairman stated, it's not fair to our P and Z members if they didn't get given the same information that we received.
Well, technically, if you want to be technical, we should not have received information in the meeting that we didn't have a chance to look at beforehand either.
No, that's a good point.
Not in something that's quasi-judicial. That is a wash to begin with, completely, and a big misstep.
Justin, you wanted to say something? I'm not sure if you raised your hand or not.
Yes, sir. I would defer to the attorney, but he may want to speak on anything that can be entered into the record at the time. However, if it's going to be considered in terms of a revised site plan, I would say that this would need to go back before planning and zoning for their consideration.
Well, I believe that was meant that the sketch that was provided to you was not a site plan sketch. It was more of maybe an exhibit, if you want to call it that, or a sketch that was showing an option of what we're dealing with and how we were trying to be accommodating.
So, but here, ma'am, here's the thing though, and I'm not trying to be any way. When it's presented to P and Z, it's got to be ready to go. You're not still trying to figure out just how to get us to say yes. You present what you present, we say what we say. I mean, I'm sure that's the way in every other form of government you'll ever deal with. That's the way we're going to be. We're going to be consistent. We have a volunteer advisory board made up of citizens for this purpose. What they say does matter. We do want their weigh in. We're not just here to, you know what I mean, to get them to pass time or to give you another speed bump. That's not what we're trying to do. But it has to be consistent. Everything that was given to us today should have been on the table, and they should have been looking at it. There should be nothing new submitted to us at the time of the meeting of when it's going to be decided. There should not be new documentation being submitted. I'm sorry, that's, I mean, every other thing we do, if somebody has something to present to the county, they have to present ahead of time. It has to be on the agenda. So not only can we look at it, but the public can look at it. So there might be some in the public that would have been in the room today to discuss this had they been able to see all of it. Right. That's what we're trying. That's all we're trying to say.
I believe I'm going to give due diligence, and I believe that I'm going to make a motion, whether it gets second or not, that's fine. I'm going to make a motion to table this, send it back to P&Z and make sure that they have what you guys are planning on doing, no deviation, because as the chairman said, it has to be ready to go, because we need to make sure what we're looking at is correct. and then it come back to us. That's my motion.
So we do have a motion on the floor to table. Send it back to P and Z with all the completed documents. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we do have a second to table.
But I'll second with comment, you know.
Yes.
P and Z denied this, not just because of the site plan, but also because it wasn't a hardship. They didn't deem there to be a hardship. So that's another thing we need to kind of keep in mind as well. But I'll support Commissioner Ward's motion.
All right.
Just to get clarification, but I'm gonna lean more on staff's recommendations as far as that hardship goes, because I'm in the same boat. I don't really see where there is an actual hardship. And that's all. Go ahead.
Okay. Any other discussion before we vote? We do have a motion and a second to table. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's a 4-0 vote, has been tabled.
I need to,
Take a quick break.
Yeah. Let's take a 5-minute recess. Franklin County Commission is now back in session. We're going to our presentations, updates or requests. Ms. Kim Bodine from Career Source. Good to see you today, Ms. Kim. We can't hear your audio.
Sorry about that.
Nope, you're good.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay, I think the first item that you have up is for a budget and ITA waiver. So according to Florida's policies and laws, we are required to present our budget to our county commissioners annually. And the biggest thing I can say about the budget, and probably you noticed it if you looked at the second sheet, is that for over the past 3 years, we've lost 56% of our funding. So it's a pretty substantial change. So we're kind of in a situation where we're working ourselves out of a job. Our region is doing so well that we continually have lost Workforce Investment and Opportunity Act dollars. And that formula, those funds are based on a formula that looks at your poverty levels, your unemployment rates, the number of people you have on public assistance, and ours has gone down. We were one of 8 boards in the state that actually had a decrease in funding for that funding stream, which is one of our largest funding streams. So we're making changes. We've reorganized for the last 2 years. We've downsized, and we're continuing to do that to make sure that we can still be in a place where we can provide good services to our communities. But it is a little bit of a struggle. We have a lot of irons in the fire right now to reconcile the loss of the funding. And I'm confident that we're going to be okay to do that. So you see our budget there. And if you have any questions about the budget, I'm happy to answer them. These cuts are not because of any performance issues or anything that we've done wrong. I'll just say that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, all 4 items will need the board approval.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So if you don't have any questions about the budget, I'll move on to the ITA waiver, which is sort of looped in with the budget.
Mr. Chairman, can we motion to do all 4? We have to do them all separate. We have to do them separately, don't we?
I think one consolidated motion after her presentation would be fine.
Okay.
Go ahead and finish your presentation, Ms. Kim.
Surely. Okay, so then you'll go to the next item that should be in your deck is the ITA waiver. The ITA waiver is it's something that's also required under Florida statute. Sorry about that. It is a way for us to reduce the amount that we spend on training dollars, which are kind of defined not only as books and tuition, but some of our salaries. We always strive to hit 50% of our funding expended for training. And we usually do come very close to that. This year, I think we will hit 50% the current year that ends June 30, just a couple of weeks from now. But because the budget numbers they've given us are estimates at this point, and because our budget is so tight, we decided to go ahead and request a waiver to 40%. Because if we don't make the 50%, then it affects our independent audit and some other things. So while it is certainly our goal to hit 50% expenditure of funds for training, we're concerned that it's going to be a very tight year to do that. Some of the reasons are that even though we get funding for training, we're also sometimes forced to use that funding for other things like supporting one-stop operations. So as you all know, as a small governmental entity, there's a lot of unfunded mandates in what we do, and so stretching the dollars sometimes is difficult. So that's what this ITA waiver is about.
Okay.
And then we also have a one-stop operator agreement that is coming before the commission. It's required by state and federal law that if we become our own one-stop operator, that we must have an agreement with our local elected officials. Just as some background on this, for many, many years, Gulf Coast State College has been our one-stop operator, and we contracted with them for those services. This year, they did not apply, in part because, quite frankly, the dollars are so small that we only had 4 employees under that contract. And so they didn't feel like it was, it was worthwhile for them to continue with that contract, and that we could probably find those services and fill those services another way. We did put out a request for proposal, as we're required to do by law. We competitively searched for a one-stop operator. We had only one applicant, and that applicant was deemed non-responsive. For the budget we had, they were proposing only one full-time employee, where the college has had 4 full-time employees under that contract, and the rest of that was sort of rolled into consulting so that they could tell us how to do what we needed to do. So we deemed that non-responsive, and then we used a third party that is neutral, another workforce board, to put out a proposal for one-stop operator services, and we applied to that proposal, and we were selected by that entity to have the highest rating for proposers. So that sounds a little bit complicated, but all of that is going by, the letter of the law and the letter of policies in the state of Florida about how we had to accomplish that. This agreement really just lays out the responsibilities of each of the parties, of us, and what we do as a one-stop operator. And it attests that we have firewalls in place so that one part of our board isn't reaching over into the one-stop operator part of the duties that have to be provided. And then, of course, it also has the roles and responsibilities of the county and the Board of County Commissioners, which is basically just to continue to get information from us related to the services that we provide, our performance, which we bring to you every year, and that you ensure that there's no conflicts of interest between the board and anything that the workforce board is doing, basically because you all, appoint everyone to our board. And then we also send to you all every year our monitoring and performance reports that the state monitors us for, also our independent audit, and any other types of monitoring that are handled. So that's, in essence, the whole of that agreement. And then finally, we had some board reappointments actually coming before the board. One was for Mr. Ted Mosteller, who I think you're familiar with, and Eleanor Mount Simmons. They've both been board members of ours, and we're asking for them to be reappointed for another 4 years.
Okay. So what's the pleasure of the board with these 5 different things?
Are we going to make a motion on each separately, or can we do
We can do them all in one.
So moved.
All right, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Ward for this budget ask that you've asked from us, the state ITA waiver approval, one-stop operator agreement approval, reappointment of Mr. Ted Mostedler, and reappointment of Ms. Eleanor Mount Simmons. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Kim.
Thank you. Thank you for your support.
Yes, ma'am, we appreciate you. All right, Mary O'Brien, Appalachia Regional Planning Council. Regional transportation. It's a good time to talk about that, isn't it?
Yes.
Go ahead, Miss Mary.
And, yep. Well, while he's bringing that over, thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Mary O'Brien. I'm the Regional Transportation Planning Manager at the Appalachia Regional Planning Council, or ARPC. And today I am going to be talking about the Regional Rural Transportation Plan. And I'm kind of going to do a quick version because I know I'm in between y'all and lunch. Thank you so much. And I will give a little bit of a history and then talk about the goals of the endeavor and then the process we took to achieve those goals, and then what's coming next, what you can expect to see. Oops. There we go. All right, so in 2018, the Florida Department of Transportation, or FDOT, decided that in response to some federal guidance, they were going to be providing regional long-term, meaning 20-year spans, transportation planning assistance to all communities, not just metropolitan planning organizations that have a population of 250,000 or more. And so in preparation for there being a regional rural transportation plan, the 5 rural counties within the ARPC's planning area signed an interlocal agreement. That's Calhoun, Franklin, Gulf, Jackson, and Liberty. And then in 2023, a partnership started between FDOT, the 5 rural counties, and ARPC. We entered into a contract with FDOT to facilitate that plan. And in January of this year, so just a few months ago, the inaugural plan got adopted. So very exciting. The goals for all of this, first and foremost, is to identify regional priorities, not just priorities per county or per municipality, but as a region, how does the group prioritize some different projects? We divided it up into 10 different categories and had the receive projects from all those different sectors. Also, we wanted to facilitate more coordination and collaboration amongst those 5 areas, provide additional support through education and outreach, public involvement, especially on the 4 emphasis areas in the Florida Transportation Plan of safety, system connectivity, resilience, and then ACES vehicles, which stands for automated, connected, electric, and shared use. And then we also wanted to facilitate data-driven decision-making. The process we went through that is we did a wide public involvement initiative in meeting with the general public. We formulated a technical advisory committee, or a TAC, which has 3 members from each county, 1 elected county official and 2 other transportation leaders. And we provided them with the public input we had received, and then they provided a list of the top 5 projects for each of those 10 categories that we discussed. And then we did a lot of research on different data that was out there, whether it be digital, GIS data, comprehensive plans, statewide plans, and national resources, and everything of the sort. And we created an interactive map, which I will show you more of here. It's showing up on my end. Looks like it's not projecting.
Probably because how it was shared.
Okay.
You want to finish and I'll come back to the map?
Okay. Yeah. Let's get the.
Sorry about that.
All right. I'm back. Okay. And then we developed a needs plan and priorities, which is part 3 of the final plan. What you can expect moving forward is we're going to continue to look at this and reevaluate it on an annual basis, and the board will be adopting that as things change. We're going to encourage the local governments to update their comprehensive plans and their capital improvement plans to reflect the regional priorities that have been identified. We're going to continue to facilitate coordination amongst the rural region through ongoing technical advisory committee meetings, as well as providing education and resources and being a support to the locals. And we're also going to help coordinate with the regional planning councils. And then this is just a little bit more about what the actual final plan is. So there's 4 elements to it, or 4 parts. The first is the foundation and process. So if you want a larger version of what I just went over, that is there. And then part 2 is the existing conditions and analysis. That's more of that data that we gathered that's reflected there. If nothing else, I do encourage you all to look at least the Franklin County portion and let us know if there's any changes that you recommend. And at the beginning, we have some census data that compares and contrasts the different counties, for example. Part 3 is that needs plan I discussed that has all the different projects prioritized per the region, and that in addition to having them in a short list where they're listed out, we also have the narratives provided, and that those came from your TAC members. So your TAC members have been working hard over the past year, and that's institutional knowledge that has been captured. So as people come and go, you were mentioning earlier, you can't keep track of the different hats people are wearing and stuff like that. This is a way that that information is now recorded so that as those hats change, as people come and go, you can refer back to this. And part 3 or 4 is implementation. That's some additional research that we pulled together for you all. This doesn't have funding attached to it. So to help with the implementation of the projects, we did a lot of research as to what funding opportunities are out there. There's little synopsises given of all of them, as well as a schedule that folks can follow, and some of the most important information to have ready to go to be successful when you are ready to apply. And then if you want to pull up the map, or I'm not sure. Okay, thank you. So while he's doing that, I'll just describe that the map is data that we pulled together from locals as well as other resources. And although we created it to facilitate transportation data-driven decision-making, we really hope that county and municipal officials are able to use this in a variety of capacities. And as you'll see, we have a number of different categories of data that may help different departments with different endeavors. One of them is resilience, for example. One of them is system connectivity that looks at some regional priority facilities. And then all of the projects that I described earlier, that is referred to as the needs plan, that is all recorded in there as well. And there's points, lines, and polygons to depict that information. And we created a feature now where it makes it easier to go back and forth between the written plan and the interactive map. You can do a quick search on a map ID and then be able, okay, great. Thank you so much. Be able to then go straight to that project. So for example, up here in the upper left-hand corner, if I wanted to find, let's hope this works, map ID number 10, because I'm reading about it, it zooms right into that project, and then you can find out more about it there. I want to draw your attention, in the upper right-hand corner is the layer list. It looks like 3 pieces of paper kind of on top of one another. That's all those different That's all those different categories I was describing earlier. I've got something popped up over here. Okay, so the needs plan is the top one here, and that has, let's make this go away. That has it divided into short-term and long-term, and then all the needs as well. And then there's a number of other categories in addition that I encourage folks to explore further. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me or your TAC members, which are Commissioner Cheryl Sanders, Anita Grove, and John Berry.
John Berry.
Yes.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yes.
John calls a lot about questions he has with us. So yeah, and he's actually listening right now.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
He has been a fantastic member, very involved, attended every single meeting, I believe, and a great resource.
Good.
So I don't have, hopefully this is nice and easy, no motions for you all that you have to approve, but just an information. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Ms. Mary,
Yes.
I just want to clarify, in case someone's looking at this plan doesn't just involve roadways. There's also some stuff on here with the railroads and other forms of transportation, correct?
That's absolutely true.
Yes.
Yeah, so ports, airports, marine ports,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, so when I first started looking at it before today, I didn't remember that, and I was like, well, it's a weird looking road that's coming into Franklin County and going up to Fort Gaston, but it's actually where the railroad sits at now.
Yes, and there is desire to bring that back.
Yeah, DOT's actually got money this year in their budget to put $12 million toward that railroad somewhere here in Franklin County.
I did not know that.
It is in the DOT 5-year work plan, yes ma'am.
Thank you for.
I don't know if it's the trestle going across the river or what it is, but it's in their 5-year plan.
Okay, great.
Maybe they can clean their ditches.
Cleaning ditches has been something that came up in other, in Jackson County in particular, because it
Yes.
leads to flooding on the roadways.
Ms. Mary, I was just being snarky
Oh.
with the
She was
railroad.
answering your question.
With the railroad. I'm just saying, we've tried to get the railroad to maintain their ditches.
Oh, okay.
Talking about the railroad ditches.
I see.
Y'all have any questions for Ms. Mary about this plan? So what are our next steps, Ms. Mary?
So the next steps is maintenance and implementation. That's really the phase that
Yes.
we're going to be in moving forward. So we're trying to provide as much support as we possibly can
Right.
to the counties to find out what they need to implement the projects. And so the grant applications and then the administering of the grants once they get awarded, if they do get awarded, is really what we're trying to support folks with at this time. So, for example, I've set up some meetings where it's optional if people want to come, but we'll be talking about some different grant opportunities, and people can come and have questions answered. So, for example, there's a couple of resilience grants that are with DEP. I was able to get the state person who's managing that to have a meeting with just our folks so that if they have questions, they can get some attention and get that answered. A couple different resilience grants, and I know you all have, particularly here in Franklin County, a lot of projects reflecting flooding concerns that may be good candidates for those.
So how, as far as, this is a good plan. I'm glad y'all, it's been a lot of work to get to this point.
Yes.
So how is the prioritization of projects regionally going to be applied?
How will it be applied? Well, in some instances, well, in a lot of grant applications, they want to know what kind of public support you can say. And so letters of support is one way to do that, but additionally saying that it has been identified in an adopted plan inherently says that it has public support. If it says that it's, you know, in the top 5 or something like that, that just adds to that.
Okay. So just to clarify, so all this has been submitted to FDOT or whichever entity would be in charge of the part of the plan we're talking about, and they can then help us prioritize what they're going to go after first? That's the only question I'm trying to.
So there is not funding for implementation with FDOT associated with this plan.
Okay.
So we adopted it with the ARPC board, and then what the locals we wanted, we then shared as part of that contract with FDOT. But so, for example, like Sun Trail, for example, that's a grant that's coming up. I was just looking at the requirements for that. And one of the things that asks in there is, how is it regionally prioritized? How is it prioritized with your MPO? Since we don't have an MPO, what instead you could put in there is that it is in the RRTP, the Regional Rural Transportation Plan. It asks in there, I was just looking at this yesterday, which is why I know, but your specific rank and the prioritization list. So in that case, what I was showing you all earlier with Part 3 that has the needs plan, you could provide a link to that. But FDOT is not systematically going through and funding our projects. Instead, I'm trying to provide support for the region to systematically go through and apply for it. Of course, you know, you can apply for something that was ranked number 20 instead of ranked number 1. That's your prerogative, but yeah.
No, I was asking that question to make sure our commissioners knew some of the discussions we've had at the ARPC level.
Okay.
I wanted to make sure they were aware of how it was actually going to function.
I see.
That's
Yes, there has been confusion about that, so I'm glad you brought that up.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well,
Anyone
thank you
else
so
have
much
any
for your.
questions?
Just real quick, for the people that may be looking at this online that may not have our presentation, they can just go to the ARPC website and find this information?
Yes, that is where we have a page dedicated to the RRTP on the ARPC website, so under the transportation sector, and that has the plan. Folks can download it there. It also has a link to the interactive map, and it's available, you know, to the public as well as practitioners. You know, you all have a GIS team. If they wanted the actual GIS files, we could work with you to get you that to do some more sophisticated analysis. But for the layperson, they can just utilize the interactive map here.
Thank you.
And I did add the presentation in PDF format to make it easier for everyone to open for the public, and a link to the map also.
Yeah, and y'all did
The
realize,
agenda.
y'all did realize, commissioners, when you open the map, if you hit the bottom arrow, it brings up the list across the bottom.
I'm having trouble pull up my map, so
Well,
that's why I was asking
map
back
up,
to the ARPC.
once you get the map up, if you hit the very bottom bottom arrow, Commissioner, it'll actually bring up the whole list, so you can then scroll through the list.
You see, it's not
Oh, that's
letting
what
me
Mary
in.
just did, that's pretty
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
You having
So
trouble?
it's still
Yeah,
attached.
I'll figure it out later. That's why I would go to the website or something.
And I'm happy to meet with people individually as well. I'm kind of going through and doing that with our new TAC members and stuff, and making sure that they know how to navigate to the different areas that they want to. So I'm happy to set that up with folks if that's helpful.
Ms. Mary, thank you for your time. Thank you for being here today.
Yes,
Took
thank
a long
you.
time to get
And,
this
and
far.
thank you
didn't
for
it?
your patience.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, happy to be here. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Miss Lynn Wilder, Kimberly Croson. You're the next contestant on The Price is Right. Come on down.
Hello. I'll be really short.
Yes, ma'am.
Lynn Wilder, Apalachicola, Florida, and I'm here as a board member of the Friends of the Reserve and a turtle patroller on St. George Island. We also had here the turtle permit holder, Kimberly Crossan, the ANER volunteer coordinator, Donna Knutson. We've got Michelle Davis, who's the permit holder for Alligator Point here, and we have some online now too, I think. So anyway, in your package, I don't know if you've gone over, but it's the one pager. It's hopefully pretty cut and dry about what we're asking. We've got the county leave no trace ordinance, and then the Florida model lighting notice, and then we've got some pictures. So bottom line, we're requesting you to consider modifying the Franklin County Leave No Trace Ordinance 14-01 to include no beach fires or bonfires during sea turtle nesting season. We're also asking you to consider expanding the Leave No Trace Ordinance to cover all nesting beaches in Franklin County. If you read it now, it's just for St. George Island.
What are the other nesting beaches in Franklin County?
Alligator Point, Dog Island, and then the Little St. George, but that's not,
Right.
that's state.
But currently it only reads St. George Island, Ms. Lynn.
Yes. And Carabel has some periodically, turtles.
Really?
Not as many.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
That's different.
I didn't realize until Miss Lynn sent me this that the ordinance was only applicable to St. George Island. I know I'd brought up in the past about,
I thought we amended that to include Carabel Beach and Alligator Point and Bald Point, I thought, but I'll double check.
I thought we did too, because I brought up where
Okay.
I had a resident reach out to me and say that there was I think a green turtle nesting on Carabel Beach.
Yeah.
So that's kind of why, but
Maybe it
I-
just hasn't
literally,
been
as I was
changed.
sitting here during our meeting, during our break, I got a message of a tent and some chairs on Carabel Beach. So
Yeah.
that had been left out there for days. So
Yeah.
I think it should be throughout the county, but if we can verify that if it indeed, and somebody has their hand raised back, I don't know if she,
The,
Oh, you can come forward with the group. Yeah, you don't have to do all that. Come on. We want to hear everybody. You're good. Come on down.
I'm Michelle Darple, and I'm the permit holder, the marine turtle permit holder for Alligator Point. And it was my understanding, because we had come before you, gosh, I think it's been a year or more, to request that change, that it was voted on and approved. However, it's not been changed online.
So
if
when
go
you
look
say
at
online, are you talking about the
the written ordinance online.
the Municode site?
surprise, surprise.
If people look it up on the ordinance,
So
it
help me, we
still
have to find
just
something
has the
better than
verbiage of
Municode.
St. George Island. It doesn't say all nesting beaches. in
So
Franklin
what we've run into before, I apologize on behalf of the county, what we've run into before is this board has made decisions and votes that Municode has, for some reason or another, either refused to or not change in the online portal.
Ah, okay.
And I apologize for that.
Okay.
So it might not be reflective of what's actually current in Franklin County.
Yes, that's
So
my
we
understanding.
need, we need to research that.
Yeah,
And
we-
then, well,
Mike just pulled up one where we had expanded it over to Bald Point.
yeah.
And unfortunately, it is through Municode. If you use the county's,
Maybe it's just on the county's webpage.
well, if you use the county's version of the
Yeah,
ordinances, it shows up right away.
I've got them right here too.
Right, let me,
10
We're gonna have to find something better than
Yeah.
Municode.
Well,
Yeah.
what I could do, just, I could just
I can't do that. I could just take Municode, I'm sorry. I could just take Municode off, it's late. I could just take Municode off for right now until we work out with them their issues. And everybody will use the counties, the one that Courtney uploaded all the ordinances to,
That would
because
be
that
better.
seems to work really well.
That would be better.
Yeah, that's how I just pulled these up, was the way Courtney had it. But I don't think, do we have all of the ordinances from Unicode on that
She
particular
went back quite a
link?
few years. I'll double check with her
Okay.
and see how far.
The other thing is, Attorney Schuler, and I'm doing this from memory, everything we have right now with warming fires, because I seems to be a phrase
Just
I remember.
Carabel Beach.
It's just Carabel Beach, isn't it?
It's not a prohibition, it's an authorization.
Exactly.
Specifically for Carabel Beach.
Right.
The only prohibition for beach fires is essentially you can't burn like construction material, tires,
Right,
but
right.
there's not a general prohibition
Right.
of fires on the beach.
Okay.
Not on the island, not on Carabel Beach.
Okay,
no.
so maybe that's something we can look at to address.
No, I think that's what they're asking.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman, in essence, what we need to do, even though we have an ordinance for all the beaches to cover the leave no trace aspect, we
Well,
just
all
needed
the
to add.
public beaches.
Yeah.
For example, there's a number of private beaches that the leave no trace does not apply to.
Right,
We don't
right.
go down to St. George Island and patrol from 12th Street down to the Cut.
Right, right.
But public beaches on Bald Point, Alligator Point, and Carabel Beach and St. George Island, I understand, are covered by the leave no trace. And if y'all want to include a prohibition banning fires on those same areas, I mean, that's simple enough to do.
They'll just be adding language to it.
Well, I would draft it as a standalone ordinance.
Okay. Okay.
And just, include those areas. Take the legal descriptions from the various leave no trace ordinances, and then draft a new ordinance that says, beach fires are not allowed.
Okay, so
Yeah,
it sounds like what we need to do is confirm that what we have done with the areas coincides with the areas we're talking about with the fires, and then we can address the fires.
Well, they said all nesting beaches, and that's probably not going to happen.
All
because
county?
We've never
How about
regulated
all
private
county?
beaches before.
Right.
County?
I mean, even during, COVID, when we were shutting down beaches,
Yes.
we did not, and thankfully we didn't, because if you remember, well, there were some counties to the west of
Got
us that
sued.
shut down private beaches and got the pantsuit
Yeah,
off of
they
them.
did.
But
So, yeah, so what he's saying, Ms. Lynn, is we might could do something with the public beaches.
Right, right.
But all privately owned beach, we
That's,
can't.
that's what we were
regulate.
asking,
Yes,
is the
yes. Okay,
county
cool.
beaches.
Cool.
And they are using a lot of construction material. They're
Yeah, I
burning a
saw your
lot of that,
photograph, and
and
that's already prohibited.
there's a big safety problem out there. And it's becoming more frequent, so I don't know if putting that in the ordinance would make it have more teeth, or a separate ordinance. That's up to you guys, but that's our request.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Anything else?
We'll try to get something drafted up, and we'll
Okay.
let you know.
Okay,
Yeah, because we'll have to go through the public hearing process.
right,
So
right. Okay,
it will take a minute, but
Sure.
yes, ma'am.
thank you.
So if I'm going to have a public hearing, I need a motion and vote of the board authorizing the public hearing.
Well, do we need to straighten out all the situation first before we schedule a public hearing? Because we're talking about, we think we have an ordinance that covers areas, I mean, unless you are good with it, I'm good with it if you are.
Yeah, I mean, I can figure out all the leave no trace
Okay,
ordinances
okay.
and
Yeah.
identify those.
All right.
Especially if it's
public beaches.
standalone, I would go
Yeah.
ahead and, I would
Okay.
recommend you go ahead and
Okay.
authorize the public hearing
All
today.
right, pleasure of the board.
I make a motion to approve for a public hearing, but to add the leave no trace and the fires to the ordinance.
Second.
Is that what we're after?
So wait a minute, I'm not,
So-
the fire bans I get, the leave no trace, I'm a little confused. I need some clarification what you mean.
Whatever we were just discussing, make sure that all the areas
Oh,
are
okay,
covered.
okay.
That's what I meant, sorry.
Yes, yes, okay,
And
So there are
then-
two separate issues, but yes.
Yeah.
yes,
Okay,
okay.
so we do have a motion by Commissioner Ward and a second by Commissioner Croom. So the motion from Commissioner Ward does two things. It allows you to schedule the public hearing for the additional language of fires during turtle nesting season, or the prohibition of fires, I'm sorry. And to clarify and make sure we have all the nesting beaches covered in our previous leave no trace ordinance.
Okay.
Correct?
That's what I'm hearing.
Should we, Mr. Chairman, sorry, I just got to thinking here, and I know it's an enforcement issue if they are having a fire on the beach with
Yes.
whatever. But should we, I know this is just specific for sea turtle season, right?
Yes.
Should we do, I mean, if we're gonna do fire for sea turtle season, should we do it for the whole year, or is this just, I know they do it for the light, but if people are complaining about, it's a safety issue for us, when somebody's burning construction debris on the beach and somebody steps on a nail, or they cover the coals and they step on a hot coal and burn their feet.
We've been there before.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that we might need to consider doing year round instead of just through turtle season.
Well, their ask is for turtle season.
Right.
So.
But we're also suggesting.
But you know.
As beach frequenters.
There's a lot of questions you could come up with that. So during turtle season, it's usually hotter months too, though.
Right.
So, you know, that's just a policy thing for us to consider as a board. Do we want nobody to be able to make fires around Christmas or January when it is actually cold? I mean, you know, if that's what you want to do, we can have the discussion.
I guess we can talk
You know
about
what I'm
it in
saying?
public hearing.
Yeah, we can, for sure.
There are other, I looked at other counties and cities, and there's some that you can burn have fires in the winter, but it requires a permit. I don't know if that's something else. So it's a little-
there's any number of things that other counties do that we don't do, though.
Thankfully.
And I'm sure some of our residents don't want us to talk about it either.
Sorry.
No, you're good, you're good.
So-
I'm just, it's late in the day, Mr.
I know,
Manager. It's
I know.
good.
What I would recommend is I draft an ordinance that says it's a year-round ban,
Yes.
and then if y'all want to pull it back, that's easy to do. But if
Okay.
I draft an ordinance just for turtle season, and then y'all decide you want to expand it, then I mean, we're not likely to face anyone challenging a due process lack of notice issue, but may as well just foreclose it, schedule it for a year-round ban, and if y'all want to pull it back, you pull it back.
Okay.
Is that okay, everybody?
Yeah, that's fine
That
with me.
sounds good.
Fine with me.
Yeah.
Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Lynn.
Before Ms. Lynn leaves, go ahead, Ms. Lynn.
Okay, one more thing. So earlier, when Fonda and Commissioner Ward were talking about the trash cans, this is as a Keep Franklin County Beautiful executive director, we probably can help with funding some of that. The St. George Island, the trash cans that you guys were mentioning.
That's fantastic.
You talking about, no, we were talking,
We're talking about the bear.
Yeah,
bear resistant trash cans?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not all of them probably, depending on how many you need, but
Yeah.
we could certainly pitch in.
Yeah. Well, I hope we don't have any bears on St. George Island.
No.
That would be a whole
I've seen 'em
nother
swim.
problem.
I've seen them swim today.
That'd be a whole nother issue.
Whatever trash cans you were talking about earlier.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Because that's,
Yeah.
part of our
Well,
mission.
good, thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, before Ms. Lynn leaves, I do want to say thank you guys, your group. I know you have multiple groups, but the toy box with the leaving the
Yeah.
toys, I know that's been successful and that was your idea. A lot of people come, you guys are providing solutions. A lot of people have issues and we try to address them, but I'm appreciative of you guys coming with issues, but having the solutions for those issues. So, and then of course the glass bottle sand, grinding the bottles down into sand. So I appreciate you guys helping our community out in that aspect. So thank you.
We want to make that into a small business for the county. Just FYI.
No doubt.
Thank you.
Mr. Rowan, Ms. Aaron has something?
Yeah, she has a
I
couple
see
things
her-
that popped
I
up.
see her on the screen.
She has a
so-
couple things that popped up here while we
Okay.
were, yeah.
Afternoon, Commissioners.
Sorry, we
Okay.
tried to finish.
Long
We're
time
still
no
here.
see.
Go ahead.
And I know you all will have to call for public comment, prior to any action, since these items were not previously on my report. I do have two late add action items. The first, the Tourist Development Council missed submitting the pay voucher for a Visit Florida's membership renewal, which is $3,000 per year. So would like to request board action to authorize the clerk's finance office to cut a manual check for the $3,000 to Visit Florida for payment of that invoice.
All right. Is the other one similar in nature? Or is it something completely different?
Actually, it's completely different.
Okay. So, is there anybody in the room that would like to comment publicly on this item before we take potential action? Anyone at all? All right. Via online.
Anyone online would like to comment on this late ad, $3,000 for Visit Florida? No hands raised, sir.
All right, pleasure of the board.
So moved.
Have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison,
Second.
second by Commissioner Crew. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous, 4-0. Go ahead, Ms. Aaron.
All right, Commissioners, and the next action item, we just got the updated direct materials quote, actually from the building materials supplier. So that's one reason why this wasn't previously on my report. And I didn't realize the contractor's timeline where they were going to be in the county doing another project at the same time. So I thought that we had more time, and I was planning on adding this item to my report for the next meeting. But now that we have both quotes available and the contractor is actually in the county and able to start on this project, I wanted to go ahead and bring this for your approval. The West Fishing and Observation Pier at Buddy Ward Seafood Landing Park. The TDC had approved up to $50,000 for the materials and labor to repair the decking and railing on the 2 fishing piers at the Buddy Ward Seafood Landing Park. The repairs were completed on the East Fishing Pier in January, and the county has received a repair estimate from MKM for the West Pier repairs of $16,785 and a direct materials quote for that pier of $8,597.74. So board action to approve moving forward with the repairs and materials for labor and materials for the West Fishing Pier at the Seafood Landing Park.
All right, before we do that, I want to call for public comment. Before we take any potential action. Okay, what about online? Any hand raised, Mr.
Anyone online would like to comment on this particular item? What is, and I'm sorry, is the Seafood Landing Park
Yes.
Project?
Yes.
Yep.
Yep, it is the fishing pier, the West Fishing Pier at the Seafood Landing Park
Okay.
in Apalachicola.
Miss Aaron, the TDC board's already approved it and brought it down.
They have, yep. TDC already approved both of the pier projects. However, I had previously only, we didn't have the materials quote available for the other pier beforehand, and the contractor also didn't have it time-wise where they could start on the other pier project at the same time.
Okay.
So that's one reason why I only presented the one pier
Okay.
in my earlier reports.
Fair enough.
And that was the one that was done in January.
Okay, there were no raised hands. What's the pleasure of the board?
So, second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison, second from Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's a 4-0 vote. Anything else, Ms. Aaron?
That's it. My apologies for being last minute.
It happens from time to time. Thank you
I'm
for
glad
your
it happened
diligence.
today so we could get it done.
For real.
And move forward with it.
Yes.
All right, so that takes us to commissioner comments. Anybody got anything they really want to say?
Really? I'm just kidding.
Mr. Chairman, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
And I hate to say it, but.
No, go ahead.
And I'm not gonna drag this out, but, we as a county commission may want to entertain possibly reaching out, sending letters to, FWC Commission, the governor's office, state legislators, everybody, and, in opposition to this potential of putting oysters on a restricted species list.
Oh, I was gonna go one step further with that.
Listen here.
I didn't know if we need to potentially, and I was gonna mention it, potentially as a board, need to pass a resolution saying that we oppose it.
That's even better.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That we oppose it going on the restricted species list.
Yeah.
Because you and I both know, anybody that's ever been involved with the industry, that's gonna mean 10 years from now, there'll be no oysters.
That's exactly right.
Because you have to sell a certain amount of seafood every year to get the license, but you can't sell the seafood if you don't have the license.
Ain't that the truth?
You know, that's good that they're talking about grandfathering the first year in, but if you're gonna grandfather everybody in, what's the purpose of having a license? I mean, you know what I'm saying? It don't make no sense.
Just so the public can understand what me and you were saying, maybe some others in the room, but that would just, you take a young man or woman that walks out of that high school, for instance, decides they want to go and be an oysterman or oyster woman, and the state will sell them a saltwater products license. But if oysters was a restricted species classification, they would have to have an RS endorsement. And the only way that SPL can qualify for that RS endorsement is to show where they mowed $5,000 the prior year. There's no way that person can do that.
Right.
So basically what it would do, like Chairman Jones said, 10 to 15 years, it would phase the fishery out completely.
Yep.
Because there's no way to come into it.
No, because you have to have that to sell it.
That's exactly, you gotta have the
You
RS.
catch it all day
to-
long with the license, but you can't sell it.
No, you can't even catch it without that RS.
So,
Yeah, I think we need to look at potentially making a
I'm hearing you want a
resolution saying we
resolution in
oppose
front
it.
of you at the next meeting for approval. That's what I'm hearing?
The sooner the better, because we have that August, FWC commission meets in August in Quincy.
Yes, and they'll be here on the second meeting in July.
Is it in
I
Well-
thought they said they couldn't be here.
No, you're right. So they'll be on Zoom on the second meeting in July to kind of discuss
Yeah.
what they'll be presented to the FWC commission in August.
Right.
Yeah, that's the earliest,
Right.
latest we could get them here before that August meeting.
So when is their meeting actually in August though?
I pull it up right. It is on, I think it's actually I have it in my phone.
'Cause
And
we
I
might
think it's
could
in
ha-
Havana. I
We
was
might
just
could
about to
have our
pull it up.
resolution waiting in the wings.
Havana,
Put it that way.
Quincy, I mean, you know.
Yeah, Havana, Quincy. Havana's a little
Wow,
longer.
you're technically-
Yes.
August 13th and 14th. Now, I don't know when the oysters are gonna be on
What
the
day-
agenda.
What day it'll be on there?
Oh,
Yeah.
probably the 13th. I would
Because
imagine.
they usually do 2 days, but it's the 13th and 14th of
Okay.
August.
Well, that gives us the beginning of August then.
I put it on my schedule so I can go.
And just to throw it out there, if anybody is listening, I encourage Franklin County to show up. Last time we was there was, less than 10 people from Franklin County, and 5 of them were county commissioners. I mean, if it's that close to home, being geographically speaking, because we know it's close to home as far as our emotions and everything, but Franklin County needs to represent Franklin County a little better, is my opinion. And I'm criticizing all the people that get out there and have an opinion on social media, in the public. You say all this amongst us, but when it comes time to where you can actually, your voice can be heard, you don't show up. We need as much support as we can get there at the commission, so. There's a challenge. Quit typing, get in the car and drive.
Ain't you said a mouthful?
It's true. Any other commissioner comments? Anything else for the good of the order?
Good to the what?
Lunch? You said order? No.